d'Au Canada, le chant d'Au Canada, merci, qui sera géré par le député d'Edmonton Centre.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
And now the opening face-off. Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes.
Game on, speaker. Oh, sorry, I thought.
De Manicouagan.
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's regions have not forgotten the softwood lumber issue. Families that lost jobs will never forget this. Our entrepreneurs who had to shut down will not forget either, those that the Americans imposed billions of dollars in custom duties on. All of this because the federal government is unable of having the full legitimacy of our industry recognized. 10 years after Canada's capitulation in the form of an agreement that was harmful to Quebec, nothing has changed. The Liberals, like the Conservatives, have swept the recognition of Quebec's industry under the rug. The result is that next Wednesday, the battle begins anew, and it's once again our families back home that will pay the price. The solution is simple for Quebec, and it's free trade. That the federal government must have NAFTA complied with, period. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, the Socio-Economic Forum of Pontiac and Maniwaki took place on the 3rd of October. It is undoubtedly true that the development of our rural regions is directly connected to the surrounding cities, but the inverse is also true. The urban National Capital Region benefits as much from economic development in the regions that surround them. In our regions, they need even a stronger voice in government. They support the Rural Secretariat, which was done away with by the former Harper government. Such a secretariat took into consideration the concerns of rural areas, which concerned socio-economic development. If we act in this way, we will find solutions that are adapted to their realities and better resolve problems, such as access to high-speed internet, economic development, and the exodus of young people, as well as tourism. I recognize the efforts made by our government, and I hope that we'll be able to continue work in this regard.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to salute the Chilliwack Bowls of Hope Society. Since 2005, each school day, the Society has provided soup and other hot lunch items, along with milk and fruit, to school children in need, free of charge. Today, with the support of the Chilliwack Community Correctional Centre, they feed over 670 children in 18 schools within the Chilliwack School District. That's over 10,000 fresh meals served every month. Last Friday, I toured the Bowls of Hope kitchen and then went out for a meal delivery run to several local schools. I witnessed firsthand the important work that they do. Whether it's the local harvest market donating fresh produce, the Merton Auto Group donating their vans, or service groups like the Rotary Club of Chilliwack-Fraser raising funds, thank you to all of the community partners, the staff, and the many volunteers who work together to make sure this program is such a success and for helping to ensure that no child in Chilliwack goes hungry.
One member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
House today to congratulate Ignat Kanev on his 90th birthday. Born in 1926 in Gorno, Albanovo, Bulgaria, and arrived in Canada in 1951. Mr. Kanev has transformed himself into a very successful philanthropist and builder. Just recently, Mr. Kanev achieved the Order of Ontario, the highest recognition in the province. Mr. Kanev has been and continues to be a strong voice for the Bulgarian community, and for the past 40 years has organized local charity events that have raised millions of dollars for Community Living Mississauga, an organization that supports individuals who have an intellectual disability. Mr. Kanev has been a strong community leader, a friend, and I want to take this time to wish him a very happy birthday, and here is hoping for many, many more.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, history was made on August 29th when Kevin Steen, better known as Kevin Owens, won the WWE Universal Championship. On behalf of my constituents and myself, I offer all my congratulations to this wrestler, who is a native of Marieville in my riding. He joins Quebec and Canadian legends like Pat Patterson, Maurice Mad Dog Vachon, Bret Hart, Chris Jericho, and of course his trainer Jacques Rougeau. The Quebec history of wrestling historian Patrick Labbad said so well, he succeeded through perseverance and daring.
Spectacle of pro wrestling with the spectacle of politics. and let me just say, Monday Night Raw is now the Kevin Owens show, and my constituents and I couldn't be prouder that the best in the business comes from Marieville in my riding, and we wish him all the best as he continues to have a successful career. Fight Owens, fight. Merci, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, I want today to recognize the 2016 edition of the Rigaud Festival of Colors, which will take place from the 8th to the 10th of October. Every year, thanks to the hard work of Christiane Lévesque and her team, the city of Rigaud and its many volunteers, the festival is more and more popular. It shows off the region's colors and tell their story and opening up to the world. I invite all of the citizens of Vaudreuil-Soulanges to come and celebrate the mosaic of fall colors that this magnificent natural site provides with myself and my family. We'll be there on October the 8th to see the shows, to climb Mont Rigaud and taste the regional specialties, and also to discuss and share events with the greater community. Mr. Speaker, as the Mayor, Hans Grunwald, says so well, you can see it all in Rigaud.
The member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, a betrayal. That's how Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall has described the Prime Minister's disgraceful carbon tax ultimatum issued at the very moment that Canada's premiers were already meeting to discuss climate change strategies. And now, while the provinces are working hard to cooperate and collaborate on strategies to fight climate change, the Prime Minister prefers to issue unilateral ultimatums in an area of clear provincial jurisdiction. As we've already seen, the Liberals' continued hostility towards the energy industry has already cost thousands of jobs across the country. In my own riding of Regina Capel, dozens of workers at Evraz Steel were laid off this August from their jobs manufacturing steel pipe for energy pipelines. Now thousands more jobs will be threatened across Saskatchewan and the country. Worse, the Prime Minister is promising that he will unilaterally impose a Saskatchewan-specific tax. Make no mistake, the Prime Minister's Ottawa Knows Best scheme of imposing a massive carbon tax is a cold-hearted attack on working families. I call on the member for Wascana to do the right thing. He should stand with his Premier, with his province, and quit the Liberal caucus.
The member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this coming Monday, when we're back in our ridings, we'll mark World Homeless Day. As you may know, October 10th is also World Mental Health Day. The link between these 2 days is sadly well established in the challenging, invisible experience of many living in and out shelters, those who live on the streets, and those living in their cars. To better understand the experiences of those facing these challenges, I hope we will all work together to support measures to ensure an adequate housing for all and better understanding of mental health. I applaud the work of Minister of Families, Children, Social Development, Health, and Veterans Affairs are doing on these issues. But we all know we can, we must, and we will do more. I will be going back to Brampton South to work on this issue with partners at all levels, and I hope all members will do the same of these who are invisible in their society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, almost 23 years ago, we held our breath as a nation. It was the bottom of the ninth, and Joe Carter stepped up to the plate. The late Tom Cheek captured this historic moment perfectly when he remarked, "Touch 'em all, Joe." Though last night wasn't the World Series, it was do or die for the Blue Jays. Win and continue to the postseason, or lose and hit the golf course. Last night, I joined with friends and colleagues from all parties, united in our support for the Blue Jays.
Hear, hear.
With a Canadian, Russell Martin, behind the plate calling the game, the pitching staff delivered and forced the game into extra innings. Once again, we held our breath with each pitch. Edwin Encarnacion stepped to the plate in the 10th inning, and though we didn't get a bat flip, we saw him in the 11th inning. I'm sorry, we didn't get a bat flip, but we saw him take the parrot for a walk, adding to one of the greatest moments in this franchise's 40-year history. I think I can speak for everyone in this House when I say congratulations to the Blue Jays, who are now headed to renew their fierce rivalry with Texas. An entire nation is behind you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, corporate advocacy, when done right, is a great thing. It raises attention to issues, it spurs philanthropy, it makes people's lives better. Then there are times when it goes wrong. Instead of tweeting support for environmental action or something issues-based, TELUS issued a partisan tweet to the Prime Minister and Environment Minister supporting their tax announcement. The reality is, TELUS likely isn't going to be the one to pay for the increased cost to operate their business. Their customers likely are, by paying more for their products and services. And TELUS's employees will effectively experience a pay cut when this tax on everything hits them. Many TELUS customers who are out of work in Alberta may have a harder time trying to make payments for TELUS services. And all of these folks will find this very rich coming from a company that routinely lobbies the federal government for interventions in sustaining regulations that support their bottom line. So to TELUS management, the inconvenient truth is that your customers, your employees, my constituents, and all Canadians, for all of them, you've made the future a lot less friendly by blindly supporting this tax.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Last night was our moment. 162 games, and here we did lie. A one-game playoff versus Baltimore, the ultimate do-or-die. 50,000 fans at the Rogers Centre cheering on the team, each one of them believing in this postseason dream. Back and forth we went in this epic game. Jays fans across the country being driven insane. At first we had a lead, then sadly no more. All tied at 2-2 as the crowd continued to roar. And then opportunity raised its head in the 11th inning, men on first and third, a real shot at winning. Edwin, our hero, strode proudly to the plate. The swagger of a man with destiny had a date. One crack of the bat, and we all knew it was done. Not just a hit, but a monster home run. It's our moment. We're heading to Texas. We all did scream. Good luck to the Blue Jays, Canada's baseball team. Bravo.
Member for Châteauguay-Lacal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this Women's History Month, I would like to pay homage to a remarkable woman from the Châteauguay region, the former Anna Laberge. Born in 1882 in Beauharnois, Anna was, first of all, a teacher. She continued then to serve the community around her as a midwife. She made her home in Châteauguay in 1930, where she remained dedicated to the area of health as a laboratory technician, despite her own state of health, which had been weakened by tuberculosis. Often described as an independent-minded woman, she was a nature lover with a preference for education. She indulged in archaeology and genealogy, and she financed charity missions even at her own expense. Mr. Speaker, Anna Laberge lived an inspiring life and lived to the age of 98. And thanks to her, Châteauguay is proud now to have named its hospital in her honor. Thank you.
In Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the International Day of the Girl, which will be coming up on October 11th. This year's theme is Girls Progress equals Girls Progress equals Goals Progress, and we'll focus on a call to join global efforts to end discrimination against girls. As a member of the Status of Women Committee and as the critic for families, children, and social development, I recognize the struggles that girls face in Canada and all over the world. The strength and determination of girls to break through boundaries and succeed, even when the odds are stacked against them, is an inspiration to us all. Mr. Speaker, as a mother of 2 girls of my own, I have seen firsthand the potential that every girl has and the need to support them through equal opportunities and empowerment. In 2011, the current leader of the official opposition led the international campaign to create the International Day of the Girl. And as Conservatives, we hope to continue her amazing work on this file.
Hear, hear.
So join me in celebrating the International Day of the Girl.
The member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to welcome the Moose Hide campaign to Ottawa. They're holding their national gathering here to raise awareness about the role men can play in ending violence against Indigenous women and children. Our Standing Committee on the Status of Women is currently studying violence against young women and girls, and have heard how critical it is that we engage men and boys in our strategy to end gender-based violence. In my riding of Oakville North Burlington, Savis of Halton founded the Male Ally Network, or MAN Project, a network of men who are committed to ending violence against women and children. Owen Miller, a young hockey player from my riding, encouraged his team to wear purple jerseys for a month to show their support for Halton Women's Place. Along with groups like the Moose Hide campaign, this is exactly the kind of leadership we need from men and boys.
The honourable member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, October 11th is International Day of the Girl. It's a day to reflect on our shared commitment to ensuring a world free of discrimination for young women and girls. It is also an opportunity to celebrate the young leaders who are actively shaping our communities. Today, we are fortunate to have one of these incredible young people here on Parliament Hill. Jada Malad is a grade 7 student from St. John Vianney School in Windsor. A passionate activist and public speaker, she has led a letter-writing campaign urging the Prime Minister not to ratify the TPP. I'm so inspired by young leaders like Jada who are engaged in our democracy and encourage their peers to be active citizens. As one of 88 women elected to this Parliament, I think about what it will take to achieve gender equity in this place. I'm convinced we must do more to encourage young women and girls to run for public office and overcome any barriers preventing them from following their dreams. It is my strong prediction that Jada will one day hold a seat in this House and will fight for all Canadians with the passion she is fighting for the TPP.
The honourable member for Peace River, Westlawn.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have quietly introduced a bill that lays the groundwork for them to expand the size of their tax and spend government. C-24 is asking us to approve the future appointment of 3 mystery cabinet ministers. But worse yet, C-24 eliminates all regional development ministers and reminds Canadians that under this Liberal government, they no longer have any economic development ministers to represent and fight for their region's interests. No, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister is leaving all regional development in the hands of, wait for it, the Innovation Minister from the outskirts of Toronto. So now we have a Minister for Atlantic Canada from Mississauga, the Minister for Quebec Development from Mississauga, the Minister for Western Development from Mississauga. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve transparency and accountability from this government. C-24 achieves neither of these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise and mark World Teachers' Day. This day of recognition is an initiative put forward by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO, and is held annually on October 5th. The purpose of this day is appreciating, assessing and improving the educators of the world. Le thème de cette année.
This year's theme is Valuing Teachers, Improving Their Status. And it obliges us to study and resolve problems that directly concern teachers, those individuals to whom we entrust the education of our children. This exercise is extremely important because too often these people who are devoted to their profession do not receive the same respect in Canada that their fellow teachers receive elsewhere in the world.
To the teachers in my community of London North Centre, I say thank you for all that you do. I also commend the more than 40 members of this Liberal caucus who are teachers. Mr. Speaker, we are a team committed.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are pessimistic about the Prime Minister's announcement, who wants to impose a carbon tax. And this is bad news for taxpayers who are already paying too much. Can the Prime Minister today, Mr. Speaker, guarantee or promise Canadians that their basket of groceries, that the cost of their housing, heating, gas will not increase because of this carbon tax? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we need to grow the economy, create good jobs while protecting the environment at the same time. And that's exactly what we are announcing. And that is what we are working on and have been working on since we took power. I can also point out for the honourable member that our approach is neutral, and it will be up to the provinces to determine how to redistribute this money. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Yesterday on CBC there was 11 cents increase on gas, an increase on heating oil. That's what was announced.
Carbon means more money taken out of Canadians' pocket. Right. The Prime Minister is trying to sugarcoat the reality by saying carbon pricing, but Canadians are not fooled. That's a new tax. This is bad news for Canadians. They already pay for their share of taxes. Will the Prime Minister guarantee Canadians today that the price of their groceries, gas or heating will not go up because of this new tax?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need economic growth and good jobs at the same time as we protect the environment. That's exactly what this government is showing the leadership around doing that had been lacking for far too long from the previous government. What we're also guaranteeing is that this tax, this pricing price on carbon will be
Order. I know members are anxious to applaud the Prime Minister, but they should wait till he finishes his response. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister has 11 seconds.
We have guaranteed that this price on carbon will be revenue neutral for the federal government, and it will be up to the provinces to determine how they choose to reimburse their citizens for this progress on the environment and the economy.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we agree with the Paris Agreement, but now we agree that it's a tax, Mr. Speaker. But we don't agree with charging a new tax on Canadians. The idea of imposing this kind of a tax, a liberal tax, is simply going increase the size of government. Why don't they simply leave this money in the people of Canada's pockets? Can the Prime Minister guarantee today, here in this House, that the cost of living will not go up because of this new tax on carbon? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we are going to be creating economic growth by creating new jobs in many sectors across the country. We are going to give the provinces the ability to help those who are in need in their provinces, and just the way we have done so at the federal level, by reducing taxes, cutting taxes for the middle class, and by increasing them for the 1% wealthiest Canadians. That's what people expect of this government, and it's unfortunate that, once again, the members of the Conservative Party don't understand how to grow the economy, nor how to defend the environment.
For Carleton.
The Prime Minister accidentally told the truth that this is a tax, and he should listen to the Director General of the Windsor Mission that said, quote, people have actually come in with their hydro bills in one hand and said, if you can help me with food, then I will pay for some of this hydro bill before it gets cut off. The Liberal Green Energy Act has hammered Ontario's poor with skyrocketing electricity prices. Now the federal Liberal carbon tax will do the same to heat, gas, and grocery bills. Why is the Prime Minister forcing the poor to choose between heating their homes and feeding their families?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I find that a bit much coming from the party that voted against lowering taxes on the middle class by raising them on the wealthiest 1%. A party that continues to think it's better to send child benefit checks to millionaires than it is to increase those checks to the lowest income families. The fact is this government is focused on helping the middle class and those working so hard to join the middle class, and we will remain so despite the fear-mongering from the other side.
Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what Kathleen Wynne said about the Liberal Green Energy Act. Yet, while the poor have hit the food bank, Liberal insiders have hit the jackpot, including former Liberal Party President Mike Crowley, whose company got a $500 million green energy contract. Now, the federal Liberals have a similar regressive tax that will raise heat, gas, and grocery bills and give billionaire insiders green handouts to pay for it. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister taking from the have-nots to give to the have-yachts?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite are demonstrating how completely disconnected they are from the reality of Canadians. Canadians know that the way to build a strong economy and good jobs for the middle class and those working hard to join it is by being smart about the environment and by protecting it. The fact is, making sure that we're able to help the most vulnerable, to grow the economy and to support Canadian families is at the heart of everything this government does and is at the heart of everything that party betrayed when it was in government.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister was unable to deny the fact that he'd broken his promise to introduce new targets and that instead he'd adopted Stephen Harper's targets that in the past he called disastrous. Today, we'll be voting to ratify the Paris Agreement, but the government's motion is missing an aspect required under the agreement to establish economy-wide absolute emission reduction targets. Will the Prime Minister, yes or no, accept to add this essential aspect? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NDP always likes to talk about targets without any plans to achieve them, without talking about the kind of concrete action we need to protect the environment while creating economic growth at the same time. They like to talk about the environment, but they don't know how to create jobs for the middle class, to help companies to succeed in this new world. That's why we have taken concrete steps to show that Canada is serious when it comes to reducing emissions and serious about economic growth, which helps everyone, which others are unable to do.
Come on.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. There's nothing more concrete than targets and goals, and that's specifically what's required under the agreement, and that's what's missing in the Liberal proposal.
The government's motion to ratify the Paris Agreement does not mention anything about working with or consulting with Indigenous communities. If it's a mistake, let's fix it together. Will the Prime Minister accept our amendment to include working with Indigenous communities in our efforts to fight climate change?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this government's mandate, we have been working hand in hand with Indigenous communities, understanding the true reconciliation, the nation-to-nation partnership that is necessary with Indigenous peoples. Indeed, when we gathered for the first federal provincial meeting and territorial meeting in Ottawa, we included Indigenous leaders. We did the same again in Vancouver. We will work together with Indigenous leadership on all important files, especially around climate change. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
La députée d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal platform mentions working with provinces 35 times, and that approach was appealing to Canadians after a decade of the antagonistic Stephen Harper form of federalism. But without even sitting down with the provinces, the Liberal government adopted Stephen Harper's cuts to health care transfers. Before the election, whenever the Prime Minister was specifically asked about Harper's health care cuts, he said he wouldn't make any changes without first talking to the provinces. What happened to that promise?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as the member highlights, for 10 years, Mr. Harper, I can say it, did not engage with his provincial leadership, did not work with the provinces, and indeed, the lack of leadership from the federal government on the important issue of health care was alarming for provinces and for Canadians. That's why we are so pleased to have our health minister work closely with her counterparts in the provinces to make sure that we have a health system that responds to respects the Canada Health Act and responds to the needs of Canadians now and in the future.
Honourable member for Outremont.
And say it, but he doesn't have to imitate it, Mr. Speaker.
The provinces and the territories were surprised to learn that the Prime Minister had refused to even respond to their request to sit down and discuss health transfers. Now they're making a simple request: postpone by a year Stephen Harper's cuts and keep the indexation at 6% for another year. Will the Prime Minister grant their request? Yes or no? The question is simple. We want a clear answer for once. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Ministers of Health from across the country will be meeting in the weeks to come to talk about how we can improve and protect our healthcare system across the country. I think it's important for the ministers to have an opportunity to do their work. We believe in governing through a cabinet, and I have great trust in our Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister falsely promised the Canadian middle class a family tax cut. Earlier this week, he dropped a bombshell on Canadians by imposing a massive carbon tax on them. This tax grab has not only completely wiped out the Prime Minister's so-called middle-class tax cut, it will seriously impact low and middle-income Canadians through higher gas, heating, and electricity bills. So, to the Prime Minister, why the attack on working Canadians, and why the betrayal of his promise to lower taxes for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to be negotiating the Paris Agreement with the member opposite. I'm very excited to see how he's going to vote for it today. Mr. Speaker, in an interview with CP yesterday, the Conservative environment critic lauded the BC Liberal government for using a price on carbon pollution to cut income and other taxes. And then he said the problem is that other provinces aren't committed to acting responsibly. Well, I'm delighted that he's endorsed BC Liberal government's approach, and given that BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec already have a price on carbon pollution, can he let us know what province he doesn't trust?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't trust any of the provinces and territories. The Prime Minister has no idea how badly this carbon tax will impact hardworking Canadians. Northerners, farmers, the unemployed, seniors on fixed incomes, they just can't afford this. And yet he still believes the only way to protect the environment is to increase taxes on these Canadians, the most vulnerable. So doesn't the Prime Minister realize that misguided tax increases actually hurt Canadian families who struggle to pay their bills every single month?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to take this opportunity to repeat some of the commitments kindly made by the illusion kindly made by my honourable member, to seniors' issues. We have signalled in the past few months how important seniors' issues are to this government. We've increased, for instance, the guaranteed income supplement by up to $950 per year, which is going to take 13,000 seniors out of poverty. We've also cancelled the change in the age of eligibility to old age security, which is going to prevent 100,000 seniors from falling into poverty, Mr. Speaker.
The Louis Saint Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the worst things that seniors can receive, Canadians can receive, that all workers can receive, is a new tax. And that's exactly what the Prime Minister announced here in the House on Monday. when he was supposed to be working in conjunction with the provinces. 3 ministers, provincial ministers, slammed the door as they left the conference. Can the Prime Minister stand up and acknowledge that putting in place or inventing this new tax is the worst thing for Canadians? Why is he still taking money out of Canadians' pockets? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is determined to create a cleaner, innovative economy that reduces emissions and protects our environment while creating good-paying jobs for the middle class and for those who are working to make ends meet. After a decade of inaction, we are finally taking steps, the necessary steps, to protect our planet for our children and grandchildren. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Once again, lovely words, but the reality is different. The path being taken by the government is the wrong one. For job creators, for SMEs, for people who know what it's like to create jobs, the worst thing for them is a new tax, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what the government's doing, and it's going down on the wrong track. Will the government acknowledge that when a person wants to create jobs, you don't create taxes? Have you ever seen that happen? No, we haven't. I think the Honourable Member knows that the Speaker doesn't answer questions during question period. I assume that he was putting that question to the Minister opposite. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pricing on carbon pollution will help investments, clean investments. It will also encourage development and reduce emissions. In answer to the question, we listen to job creators. We listen to Loblaws, Canadian Tire, like large banks like Suncor, Enbridge, Shell, which support our decision to price carbon.
Mr. Speaker, my friend Susan lives in Guelph, Ontario. She's a divorced mom. She's got 2 kids, both are in university. And she has noticed that hydro's gone up, and she admits to me she's a bit cash-strapped right now. She knows she's got to get through the next 4 years while the girls are there in university. She wants to keep the house because they need it in order for them to go to school. But now she hears about some new taxes, and she is concerned. And she doesn't understand why this government doesn't realize what her situation is, because if they did, they would never raise her taxes. So my question for the minister is, what does she have to say to my friend Susan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. And we do care for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why the first thing that this government did was to reduce taxes for middle-class Canadians. 9 million Canadians today pay less taxes because of this government, Mr. Speaker. After that, we went on to introduce the Canada Child Benefit, which is helping Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Then we went on to enhance the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, Mr. Speaker, which is going to help Canadians now and in the future. That's the government who's working for middle-class family, and will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Milton.
That would make it
Speaker. Well, another friend of mine is Marie. She has 3 boys. She lives in... Are you kidding me? You're laughing? Are you kidding me? Okay, well... Can I go? So, my friend Marie has 3 boys.
It's not funny.
It's not funny. No. My friend Marie has 3 boys. Her husband just went on disability. They have a hard time making ends meet. She's trying to deal with it as best she can. The money's just not there. So now she hears about more taxes. And the reality is that that van has to be filled up to take the boys to hockey. So which one of the boys doesn't get to play hockey next year is the question. And she doesn't understand why this government doesn't realize she has a tough situation, because if they did, they wouldn't raise her taxes. What comfort do they have to give her?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her passion, which enables me to give specific details on the Canadian Child Benefit, which is the most significant social policy innovation in a generation, which is going to take the families of 500,000 people in Canada, of whom 300,000 children, out of poverty, which will lead to the largest reduction in child poverty ever in our history, and which will lead to the lowest level of child poverty ever known in our nation. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, Kiu. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice was at the time on the same side as the Assembly as First Nations when it came to fighting the systemic discrimination against First Nations children. What happened, Mr. Speaker, between October 19th and 20th? Because the minister is unrecognizable today. Instead of adopting the old, cruelly unacceptable Harper Plan, I want to give her an opportunity. Will her government honour the commitment to respect its moral and legal obligation to First Nations children? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is resolved to examine services provided to families and children on reserve and to reform them in conjunction with First Nations. We know that the system is flawed, as illustrated in the report, the deplorable report produced in British Columbia. We must change the system by drawing from the comments gathered from young people and by integrating their ideas into all new approaches.
Mr. Speaker, according to Cindy Blackstock, this government shortchanges First Nation students $130 million this year in foster care under Harper's Plan. On education, the Prime Minister promised $2.6 billion over 4 years to First Nation students. An INAC document showed the Minister was given the plan to follow through on this promise, but the Liberals once again decided to pull the football out from under First Nation children. They stretched that promise past the next election, shortchanging children $800 million. When it comes to priorities, why squeeze money from children suffering under this broken system?
Here, here.
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member will recognize that that document was the day after we were sworn in. First Nations deserve the best start in life. This begins with properly funding education. That's why Budget 2016 provided $3.7 billion over 5 years for K-12 First Nations, which includes $824.1 million to implement First Nations-led transformation in education and funding 118 school-related infrastructure programs. We will work nation to nation to ensure the goals set by First Nations are achieved and First Nations-led initiatives are supported.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, this government seems to have forgotten the reality for remote Indigenous rural communities. Their food comes in by boat, by plane, by ice road, and many of the communities are diesel power generators to keep the lights on. Communities that can least afford it are the ones that are going to be most impacted by this carbon tax. How can they justify raising the high cost of living that's already there for our rural, remote communities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased with the work that our government has done with Indigenous people, with Northern peoples. In fact, on Monday, I had the opportunity to hear representatives from the Inuit organization, as well as other Indigenous and Métis organizations. We are committed to working with our Northern peoples, with Indigenous peoples, because they are the most impacted by climate change. That's why we're very excited today that we're actually taking action, and I expect that the party opposite, who's so concerned about the plight of Indigenous and Northern people, will support the Paris Agreement in tonight's vote.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, they talk about improving the lives of Indigenous Canadians, but their actions are telling a very different story. They don't realize that already food costs are double in the north. A loaf of bread, a liter of milk is double what we pay down here. So this new tax is going to find its way into everything they buy every day. So I guess I have a more simple question. Have they done their homework, and will they table the costs that it's going to create for every Indigenous community in this country?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard very poignantly about the high costs of living in the north. In fact, just this week we were hearing from Indigenous leaders, from Inuit leaders, talking about how we need to tackle climate change, how we need to take action to protect their future, and we need to be mindful of the circumstances of the north. Our government has made the commitment. If they would like to read, the party opposite would like to read the Vancouver Declaration, which we're actually supporting tonight in tonight's vote, they will see it's very clear that we recognize the conditions of Indigenous people and Northern people people. So once again, I hope that they will be supporting tonight's motion and voting in favor of the Paris Agreement and the Vancouver Declaration.
Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, industries like Entropex in my riding are closing, and others like CF Industries are already cancelling their expansions as a result of the Ontario Liberal carbon tax. Nova Chemicals is considering moving a $2 billion polyethylene project to the Gulf Coast where they don't have job-killing carbon taxes. This additional federal carbon tax and the uncertainty around it will keep new businesses from choosing to do business here. When will the Liberals stop taking jobs away from everyday Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for her question and for her passion in supporting business. If she really wants to support business, she should understand that the environment and the economy come together, and that's what we're doing. So actually, let's go back to job creators. Job creators like Royal Bank, Tembec, Loblaws, Desjardins, TELUS, Aluminum Association of Canada, as well as other businesses have said, supported our plan to put a price on pollution because they recognize that's how we're going to create good jobs, how we're going to foster innovation, and how we're going to create the economy of the future.
The Honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, jobs in my riding are being put at risk by this Liberal carbon tax. More than a third of families in my riding depend on jobs in the energy industry to put food on their table. Mr. Speaker, what does the Prime Minister have to say to hardworking mums and dads who are seeing their neighbours' jobs eliminated and thinking they're next?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I would like to emphasize that our government understands that the only way you grow the economy is if you can do it in a sustainable way. That is why we are moving forward on what Canadians expect, a climate plan, while at the same time positioning ourselves so we grow our economy, create clean jobs, and prepare ourselves for the future. But once again, don't listen to me. Listen to
Members know that they should listen and not make noise when someone is speaking, even if they say that. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How about we listen, the party opposites listens to job creators they care so much about. Job creators are calling on Canada to put a price on carbon emissions, as most of the world's biggest economies are doing. It is the most economically effective way to reduce emissions, stimulate clean innovation, be critical to Canada's success in a changing global economy.
I have to take a shot.
Honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, less than 7 days from the deadline, there's still no softwood lumber agreement in sight. Yesterday, the Minister of International Trade still was unable to tell us if the government is working on a Plan B for the industry. While jobs are on the line, forestry workers want to know if the government is going to support them. Will the government support industry, for example, by offering an emergency loan guarantee program, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. All of the options will be looked at, Mr. Speaker. For months, there has been unprecedented cooperation with producers, workers, the provinces, and the territories. And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to continue to work closely with them. Even today, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is in Toronto for a meeting with her American counterpart, Michael Froman, and with representatives from across the country for the forestry sector.
Mr. Speaker, I've traveled the country, and everywhere I go, Canadians are speaking out against the TPP. After having her letters repeatedly ignored, today, 12-year-old Jada Malott has traveled from Windsor to bring her message right to the Prime Minister. She represents the generation that will have to live with the consequences of ratifying this bad deal. Lost jobs, higher drug costs, and ISDS rules that will threaten our environmental laws. Why does the Prime Minister refuse to listen to Canadians like Jada who don't want to pay for this bad deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I salute the honourable member's young friend for her implication in Canadian politics. I would say as regards the TPP, we have heard, we are consulting. We are still consulting as a government. We have heard a number of different opinions that vary from strong support to strong critique. When we are in a position to move forward on that file, we will ask this government, we will ask this House to ratify anything or approve anything that we do. But for the time being, Mr. Speaker, we have not yet made a decision on that.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
This summer, I spent a lot of time talking to voters in local markets and at community activities across my riding. One of the concerns that came up quite often was advertising for unhealthy food and sugary drinks targeting children. I believe that Quebec already has a law to deal with this health issue. Can the Minister of Health please tell this House what her department is doing to end this practice? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member from Toronto Danforth for the question. Our government is committed to supporting families and helping them make better nutritional choices. We will be introducing new restrictions on advertising for children, which targets unhealthy food and sugary drinks. This goes along with our commitment to improve labeling and to legislate to eliminate trans fats and reduce salt in processed foods. Thank you.
Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations isn't referring Yazidi refugees to Canada, but this government is blindly relying on them to provide names for its refugee initiatives. At last count, only a few dozen Yazidis have come to Canada. Moreover, Operation Ezra has many Yazidi families identified and waiting to come to Canada, and the minister keeps promising them in phone calls that they will be processed, but none have been. It's our moral duty to help the Yazidi victims of genocide. Why is this government ignoring it?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am certainly proud of what our government has achieved in admitting more than 30,000 Syrian refugees in the space of less than a year. In the terms of the Yazidis, my department will be conducting a mission to northern Iraq where they will both interview potential Syrian refugees and they will scope out the situation involving Yazidis. We are on that job, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly take it very seriously.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, out of those 30,000 refugees, 9 cases were Yazidis, and that is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, Nadia Murad came to Canada to beg our government for help. She's called upon help for Yazidis that are also being discriminated against by UN agents in refugee camps in Greece and Turkey. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Prime Minister. When he asked Nadia Murad for a photo opportunity in New York last week, what was it like to look into her eyes and that haunted look and tell her why he wasn't helping the Yazidi people?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we do not know how many Yazidi refugees have come to Canada because when refugees come to Canada, we do not ask them their ethnicity or their religion. We do not discriminate by religion or ethnicity. What I do know is that we have admitted over 30,000 Syrian refugees, and we are taking concrete steps to pursue options in terms of the Yazidi refugees.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, last evening, a veteran who bravely fought for us, Mr. Claude Lalancette, came to see me. He was in tears and his situation is very dramatic. For 2 days, he has been leading a hunger strike. For 2 nights, he has been sleeping outside at the War Memorial here, and the second night here on Parliament Hill. Mr. Speaker, this situation concerns all members in this House. Mr. Speaker, what will the Prime Minister do immediately for Mr. Lalancette? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and we take the health of members of the Canadian Forces and veterans very seriously, and this is at the top of our list. I cannot comment on specific cases. You understand that that's the case. But we do have a range of programs that are in place, and I would encourage any soldier that feels they need that program or support from Veterans Affairs to reach out. Thank you.
Honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
That's why he's here.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, veteran Claude Lalonde restarted his hunger strike on the steps of Parliament Hill. This veteran has served our country proudly and has had to resort to repeated hunger strikes to get help. After his first hunger strike, the Liberals promised him a committee of veterans, civilians, and experts. Then only days later, they reneged on that promise. In his own words, he feels misused, misled, stating they only used me for a photo op. Is the Prime Minister aware that 3 of his ministers made a promise to Mr. Lalonde that they had no intention of keeping?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, those ministers met with Mr. Lalonde in good faith, and they offered him the opportunity to witness, to testify before committee. That's what he has been offered, and he agreed to that. Now, there are issues that require extra work and extra diligence, and the department is involved. Hey.
Order. Members know the standing orders require that we not interrupt other members when they're speaking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Those ministers offered him an opportunity to testify before committee. That has been negotiated with the committees involved, and it will happen in the near future.
Good, John.
Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to end Harper's legal battles that discriminated against First Nations. It's been 7 years since the Supreme Court granted 5 new Challenger First Nations the right to catch and sell fish. But lawyers for this Minister of Justice continue to argue that these Aboriginal rights should be restricted and minimized. Now the hereditary chiefs have taken unprecedented action, dismissed government officials, and told the Prime Minister he is no longer welcome on their lands. Will the Liberals finally act and honour their promise to negotiate fairly?
Secretary for Fisheries.
Since the beginning, we wish to renew our relationship with Indigenous peoples. The Minister is aware of this file. The Minister has met with the First Nations on this subject, and we are determined, Mr. Speaker, to continue dialogue with First Nations. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Churchill Kiwatinook-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, another promise made, another promise broken. Over 3,000 mothers were denied sickness benefits under the Harper government. But during the election campaign, the Liberals promised they would drop all federal opposition to their class action lawsuit. Well, these women have waited and waited and waited, and nothing from this government. So instead of spending millions fighting them in court, when will this government give these women the benefits that they deserve?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the member for giving me the opportunity to say how concerned we all members in this House are with the difficult circumstances in which some of our families find themselves. I will have an important announcement to make on that matter soon. I just want to repeat that in the campaign, our government has promised that we would be looking into EI special benefits, including maternity, parental, and compassionate care benefits.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, brutal incarceration, torture, and executions are among the regular practices of the Chinese government. China now has its eyes on the UN's top peacekeeping job. They want to take control of UN peacekeeping and rewrite the rules of the game. Will the Prime Minister be supporting his favorite dictatorship bid to take control of UN peacekeeping and ultimately command of Canadian troops?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, it's because we're engaging with China that we have an opportunity to make progress about human rights in China. Every human being has the same dignity, and we need to be there to speak about universal human rights in China. And the Prime Minister never missed an opportunity to do that, so do I, because this is the only approach to make progress, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's hand-picked ambassador to the UN has made no secret that he's willing to play politics in order to gain a UN Security Council seat. The centerpiece to this horse trading, of course, is our 600 Canadian troops. Now, China wants to take control of all UN peacekeepers. China's abysmal human rights record and their saber-rattling in the South China Sea show that they are no partner for peace. So is a Security Council seat worth putting our troops under the command of the Chinese dictatorship?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
My colleague have that completely wrong, Mr. Speaker, because the seat at the Security Council is a tool for a goal. And the goal is to have Canada everywhere to fight for an inclusive growth and peace everywhere and human rights everywhere. The seat at the United Security Council is a tool for this goal. And it's great for Canada to have such a goal under the leadership of this Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, that answer is troubling and incredible, because it's hard to imagine that China, a state which, well, we know what violations they perpetrated, would be in charge of peacekeepers around the world. This could put at risk peacekeeping operations around the world, putting them under the control of the country with the worst human rights record in the world. Do the Liberals support China's candidature, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the goal of Canada is to ensure that peacekeeping missions will work to protect civilians and local populations, and that's why we need to be part of them. For too long, Canada has been watching from the outside, and if we want to see these operations work better to protect local populations and world peace, Canada needs to be there on its own terms, under its own conditions, and that's what we will do with the Canadian Armed Forces. We're very determined to know that if we send our troops, it will be under conditions that correspond to our values and our conditions.
Mr. Speaker, recognising Canada's past contributions to peace and the dedication of the men and women who gave their lives to serve our country is a critical part of our heritage. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage please give the House details on recently announced funding for a project honouring those who bravely fought in the Battle of Beaumont Hamel?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Avalon for his question. This year we're commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Beaumont Hamel in France. Our government is committed to honouring the soldiers of the Royal Newfoundland Regiment killed in this brutal battle and that happened in the First World War. And for this reason, we invested $1 million in the rooms, which is a beautiful museum, of course, in St. John's. Through online and on-site exhibitions, we will have the opportunity to learn more about the valor and the courage displayed by the young men of Newfoundland and Labrador in this.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
After a year in office, words are no longer enough. Canadians are judging this government on results or their absence. Over 40,000 Canadians deployed to Afghanistan. 158 made the ultimate sacrifice, including 3 brave young men from my riding of York Simcoe. We have a solemn obligation to remember them and their service to our country. Last winter, the Veterans Affairs Minister denied cancelling plans for a memorial to those who served in the Afghanistan mission. Rest assured, he said, it will be done. It's been a year now. Where is the Afghan War Memorial?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you for the question. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to let the members of this House know that just this morning at the Veterans Stakeholders meeting, the stakeholders were briefed about the options available for an Afghanistan monument. The discussions are underway, and we will move forward as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, as we ratify the Paris Agreement, well, there are questions about Liberal efforts to help youth. The Prime Minister promised 5,000 green jobs for youth, but less than a third of those have been created. The Liberals also promised an EI contribution break for employers who hire youth, but that measure wasn't even in the budget. Meanwhile, the youth unemployment rate is still too high. My question is for the Minister of Youth, who is also the Prime Minister. What is his plan to create green jobs and lower youth unemployment?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. It gives me an opportunity to indicate that the number of green jobs that occurred under the Canada Summer Jobs is well over
2,000 and counting as we do a survey, as well as providing significant opportunities for young people to gain post-secondary education by increasing the grants available, by working with them to enhance co-ops and work placements. Young people in Canada will finally have a chance to get into the workforce as we need them to.
Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence remains a tragic reality for many women and girls in Canada. Statistics show that women continue to be at high risk of being victims of certain forms of violence. Experiencing violence has significant health and social impacts on the abused and their families, and remains a significant barrier to achieving gender equality. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of Status of Women please tell us what action the government is taking to address this issue?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Scarborough Centre for her question and for her advocacy. Undeniably, the foundation of gender equality is the ability to live, grow, and thrive free from violence. And that's why this government takes gender-based violence so seriously, and why developing a coordinated federal gender-based violence strategy is so important. Over the summer, I met with colleagues and advocates and survivors like Paul Lacerte and his daughter Raven, who are the founders of Moosehide, who generously shared their ideas and experiences. Mr. Speaker, we cannot rest until all women and girls have the ability to succeed and thrive.
Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, the Arva Flour Mill is a small family business without a workplace accident in 197 years. The minister said she was working with the community and the owner. Mr. Speaker, there has been no contact with the owner or the community. The minister said small business has the right to compete and do well, but you can't compete and do well if you shut them down. So will the minister do her job, grant the exemption to the Federal Labour Code, and save the bill?
Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour.
Mr. Speaker, the goal of the Labour Department is to ensure that Canadians have a safe workplace and ensure that they all come home safe and sound. The goal was to ensure that all workplaces are safe. Arva Mill was inspected by a Labour Department inspector and found to be deficient in a number of areas. The mill, owners of the mill are working with inspectors and others to rectify the situation.
For Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The government has kept their promise and launched a much-needed and long overdue national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. The Minister has appointed a commission to lead this inquiry, and although all members are extremely qualified, Inuit organizations have said they are concerned by the lack of Inuit representation. The Minister has committed to include the Inuit perspective. Could she explain exactly how the Inuit perspective is going to be considered? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Indigenous and Northern
Speaker,
Affairs.
I thank the member for the question and his advocacy on this. We have every confidence that the independent commissioners have the background, the characteristics and experience necessary to lead this inquiry and incorporate the distinct voices of Inuit peoples. One of the commissioners was raised in Igloolik, speaks fluent Inuktitut, and will bring a much important perspective to this commission. The Commission has the power to create regional advisory committees to support cultural differences and distinctions-based approaches, including an Inuit Advisory Committee.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Leonard Red Kelly. There's more and it's good. Winner of 8 Stanley Cups, who was elected to the Hockey Hall of Fame and was Member of Parliament from 1962 to 1965 for the riding of York West while playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Mr. Andrew Percy, Minister of Local Growth and the Northern Powerhouse of the United Kingdom. This concludes question period for today. Okay. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 109, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to the Special Committee on Pay Equity's report entitled, "It's Time to Act."
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to two petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi.
L'article 34.1
Pursuant to Standing Order 38.1, I have the honour of tabling in the House in both official languages the report of the Canada Parliamentary Delegation of the Canada-France Interparliamentary Association respecting its mission to France, July 11th to 14th, 2016.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre. Okay, presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 15th report, entitled Report 2, Detecting and Preventing Fraud in the Citizenship Program of the Spring 2016 reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure of tabling in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Distress Call, How Canada's Immigration Program Can Respond to Reach the Displaced and Most Vulnerable. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asks the government to table a comprehensive response to this report.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration are deeply ashamed of this toothless report that seeks to absolve the government of its responsibility to help victims of genocide, and as such, we offer supplementary recommendations to this report and implore the Immigration Minister to take action.
Dépôt de projet de loi and not
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, seeks leave to table an act entitled An Act Concerning the Development of a National Strategy Respecting Advertising to Children and Amending the Broadcasting Act Regulations. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many other countries have curbed advertising that targets children, but only Canada, since 1991, laws that ban this with good results. And this is the goal of my bill.
Child is exposed to over 20,000 ads a year, and 90% of the food that is marketed to children and youth is unhealthy. Our children are our future. That's why I've developed this bill, working with the Centre for Health Science and Law. This bill is ready to go. The government should just support it because we've done the work for them, Mr. Speaker, and I hope all members will support this important action to protect our children.
Super.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de...
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker.
I'll be seeking unanimous consent for an important motion based on the e-petition sponsored by the Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Doral that asks that we, the House of Commons, condemn all forms of Islamophobia. C'est une pétition non...
This is a nonpartisan petition that was signed by more than 66,000 Canadians.
In the House, I believe, you will find consent for the following motion. Que la Chambre se...
That the House join with more than 66,000 Canadians who have supported the electronic petition E411 condemning all forms of Islamophobia.
66,000 Canadian supporters of House of Commons e-petition E411 in condemning all forms of Islamophobia.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion?
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm presenting 10 more petitions today in support of Cassie and Molly's Law. A Stats Canada study shows that over 60,000 pregnant women were victims of domestic violence in Canada between 2004 and 2009. The Native Women's Association of Canada is fully endorsing C225, protecting pregnant women and their preborn children, indicating that at least 18 of the missing and murdered Aboriginal women and girls were pregnant. Canadians know a national strategy combating violence against women will need this law included to be truly comprehensive in addressing violence against women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Speaker, and I too have a couple of petitions. The first one calls on the Government of Canada to maintain the listing of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a state sponsor of terrorism pursuant to Section 6.1 of the State Immunity Act for as long as the Iranian regime continues to sponsor terrorism. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, calls upon the House of Commons to pass legislation that would recognize preborn children as separate victims when they are injured or killed during commission of an offense against their mothers, allowing 2 charges to be laid against the offender instead of just 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, I rise to introduce a petition to end violence against women signed by many residents of Vancouver Kingsway. They point out that 60% of women with disabilities in Canada are likely to experience some form of violence in their lifetime, that Indigenous women in Canada are 7 times more likely to be murdered than non-Indigenous women, and that women were 11 times more likely than men to be the victim of sexual offences. Mr. Speaker, these people call on the Government of Canada to create a coordinated, comprehensive national action plan to address violence against women.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting 2 petitions, both dealing with the same subject matter. The petitioners are saying that it's impossible for a person to give informed consent to assisted suicide or euthanasia if appropriate palliative care is unavailable to them. Therefore, the petitioners are calling on Parliament to establish a national strategy on palliative care.
Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present on behalf of citizens of Nanaimo Ladysmith petitions indicating their opposition to the signing of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They are concerned that it could cost tens of thousands of Canadian jobs, could lead to growing income inequality, increase the cost of pharmaceuticals, ease the path for foreign takeovers, potentially stifle innovation, and interfere with Canadian regulators' ability to regulate in the public interest. I offer it to the House. Thank you.
Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from Coaldale, Alberta. The petitioners are concerned about the accessibility and impact of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impact on public health, especially the well-being of men and women. As such, these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to support my motion, M47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Parkdale High Park has a point of order.
With respect to the petition 411 and the effort by the member from Outremont, I find it incredible that anyone in this House would actually oppose a motion, a petition signed by.
Order. The member is this is debate. The honourable member can raise that perhaps sometime during debate, but not under presentation of petitions. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by quite a few residents from my riding of Dufferin-Caledon who are concerned that no fundamental change as to how members of Parliament are elected should be made unilaterally by the very individuals potentially seeking election or re-election. And they've asked the House of Commons to pass a motion affirming the need for a national referendum on any proposed change to Canada's current method of electing members of Parliament before that proposal is implemented into law.
Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to present this petition signed by dozens of people from the Drummond region who are calling for better pay equity. They're talking about the lack of this in our society requires the government to take action in order to bridge the wage gap that exists between men and women in Canada. They are calling on the government to adopt legislation for pay equity in order to bridge this gap and to reduce inequality, social inequality that exists across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions inscrites au feuilleton. Honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
La Chambre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand also at this time.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Consideration of a recorded division on Ways and Means. Number 7, consideration a motion to amend the Income Tax Act.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that a Ways and Means motion to amend the income tax be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call on the members. The member is right. However, we'll carry on because Mr. Bryson for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that a Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act be concurred in. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Crow.
Ms.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Monsieur
McCrimmon.
Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Saini.
Mr.
Mr.
Saini.
Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr.
Ms.
Tan.
Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr.
Mr.
Stetsky.
Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bizan.
Mr.
Mrs.
Bizan.
McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr. Carey.
Caribou. Mr. Carey.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
Strahl.
Mr.
Ms.
Strahl.
Rempel.
Mrs. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms.
Monsieur
Gladue.
Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr.
Mr.
Albrecht.
Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur
Mr.
Gould.
Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr.
Mr.
Kelly.
Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur
Mr.
Bernier.
Trost.
Mr. Trost. Yeas pour 197, 197. Nays contre 82, 82.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Inaudible.
I want to remind the members that we're resuming debate, so if they have any conversations, maybe take them outside in the hall or in the lobby. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Mississauga East, Cooksville. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in favour of the Paris Agreement and the government's motion for Canada to participate in this global attempt to reduce climate change. On December 12, 2015, Canada and 194 other countries reached the Paris Agreement, an ambitious and balanced plan to fight climate change. The new agreement will strengthen efforts to limit the global average temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursue further efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. In addition, the Paris Agreement aims to foster climate resilience and lower greenhouse gas development. Mr. Speaker, there has been much said in the House on a national level about the benefits and risks of the Paris Agreement. I thought I would bring the discussion to a sub-national level and focus on the role of local municipal governments, the roles of public and private corporations, and the role of civil society using the lens of my community of Oakville. It will require all of us working together to achieve the aims of this agreement, and I believe my community of Oakville is an exemplar of the cooperation that will be required. Oakville's vision is to be the most livable town in Canada. The town's 2005 Environmental Strategic Plan recognizes that our quality of life rests on the equality of our environment and on our respect for our natural and cultural heritage. In 2015, the town received Milestone 5 of the ICLI Federation of Canadian Municipalities Partners GHG Reduction Program. This capstone achievement reflected the town's accomplishment of the target of a 20% reduction in corporate GHG emissions by 2014 from 2004. Oakville is only one of 30 Canadian municipalities to have achieved a Milestone 5 level. Council has now reset the energy and GHG reduction targets to ensure the town is continuing to achieve measurable results. An example of this plan is the iTree 2016 study of Oakville's urban forest. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 million trees in Oakville. Oakville's urban forest canopy coverage is about 28%. In Oakville, the total value of annual home energy savings provided by the tree canopy is $1,800,000. As a result of these energy savings, about 2,200 tons of carbon emissions are avoided each year, with an annual carbon value of $172,000. Oakville's trees sequester about 5,900 tons of carbon each year, with an associated annual carbon value of $460,000. Oakville's tree root systems store approximately 148,000 tons of carbon, with an associated carbon value of $11.5 million. We can grow our tree canopy by 50% in years to come. With over 185 kilometers of on- and off-road cycling paths, over 300 kilometers of trails, 1,420 hectares of parkland, 31 waterfront parks, and more than 200 parks with playgrounds and sports fields, Oakville has recreational opportunities for everyone. While our local tree canopy expansion plan will contribute to Canada's Paris Agreement commitments, it will also continue to provide a superb living environment for residents. These are win-win carbon reduction strategies. Oakville Council has confirmed its commitment to support efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions globally by harmonizing specific town reduction targets to match those of global targets. Mr. Speaker, the largest public corporation in Oakville is Halton Healthcare. The new Oakville-Trafalgar Memorial Hospital is a thoughtfully designed, state-of-the-art center of healthcare excellence. Although 8 stories tall and 1.6 million square feet in size, OTMH is highly energy efficient, incorporating many innovative technologies to reduce its carbon footprint. The energy-efficient design measures put in place avoid electrical consumption of 16,700,000 kilowatt hours annually, enough energy to supply 1,850 homes in Oakville with electricity annually. They are saving dollars and reducing GHG emissions. The new building, LEED Silver Standard, has been recognized by the High Performance New Construction Incentive Program for achieving a Tier 3 level of more than 50% energy savings. Construction of the new OTMH included a 500 kilowatt solar array, which was donated as a gift to the hospital by Hatch Industries. To date, Halton Healthcare has received energy payments totaling $154,000, while saving approximately 290 tons annually of GHG emissions compared to natural gas power generation. These are win-win carbon reduction strategies. Mr. Speaker, the largest private corporation in Oakville is Ford Canada. Ford is part of an automotive industry that is in active transition to a low-carbon economy. The auto manufacturing sector is a key driver for Canada's economy, contributing significantly to our nation's manufacturing GDP and providing tens of thousands of direct and indirect high-paying jobs. Auto manufacturing is highly energy efficient, emitting less than 1% of industrial GHG emissions in Ontario and half of the GHG emissions per vehicle compared to European auto manufacturing, an important consideration as we move forward with globally competitive carbon reduction targets. Auto is one of the largest green tech sectors in the world, investing more than $200 billion US in fuel efficiency and green tech through to 2025. Another $100 billion US is being invested in electric vehicle development. Many of the innovative energy efficiency strategies are being designed and tested right here in Canada. Through an unprecedented year-over-year improvement plan, the 2025 model year vehicles, our cars, are projected to consume 50% less fuel than the 2008 vehicles. Post-2011, this will result in an estimated cumulative reduction of 266 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions. To assist the industry, policies that educate and increase consumer demand for these new vehicle technologies will be critical to ensure the adoption of alternative energy and electric vehicle choices. Finally, a cautionary note, Mr. Speaker, as we push forward with the Paris Agreement, let's remember that auto manufacturing is highly trade exposed. That is why the design of the Pan-Canada Framework for Climate Change and avoiding layering of subnational regulations under federal regulations is critically important to the competitiveness of Canada's auto manufacturing and ultimately the achievement of Canada's economic and environmental objectives. Care must be taken to maintain and grow Canada's manufacturing footprint to avoid the migration of many thousands of jobs through carbon leakage to other jurisdictions which have weaker climate policy commitments. With care, this can be a win-win agreement for auto. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let's address the role of civil society. In my community of Oakville, I found over 40 environmental groups and agencies that residents of Oakville are directly involved with, most with a focus on climate change. Hundreds of Oakville residents are engaged, making a difference globally by making change happen locally. At a climate change consultation I hosted in August, over 150 Oakvillians came out to talk with me and their neighbours about their concerns. We had 10 table topics, including many specific to the Paris Agreement, such as international cooperation and commitments and carbon pricing. Attendees supported the Paris Agreement. Some wish it went further, faster, and are prepared for disruptive economic consequences. Others support the direction but want to ensure that our economy and jobs transition smoothly to a less carbon-dependent economy. But they all want positive action. I believe every Oakvillian wants to ensure that we conserve our environment to leave as rich and sustainable an environment for our children as we inherited from our predecessors. I believe, based on the decisions and commitments of our town council, our public and private enterprises, and based on Oakville residents' engagement with civic groups and feedback from my consultations, that the vast majority of Oakvillians support the Paris Agreement and want this government and this House of Parliament to proceed to join in the global fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, I don't think our children and grandchildren will be concerned with which political party we represent in 2016. They will want to know why we didn't act when we could to guarantee them drinkable water, breathable air, and a living environment. Mr. Speaker, I'll be supporting this agreement. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Oakville must be familiar with the Ontario Liberal gas plant scandal, where an entire plant was relocated to save seats in the legislature. Would the member opposite be able to share with this House the number of tons of carbon that transfer would have put into the atmosphere, and whether or not this type of activity we'll see federally as well?
Member for Oakville.
I think, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing to remember is that Ontario has already moved forward with the cessation of coal-producing plants. We're already seeing a dramatic decrease in smog days in Toronto and in my riding of Oakville. I think everybody in Canada agrees we need to move forward with a carbon pricing model. It's the most effective policy measure to drive climate action and the transformation of global energy systems towards cleaner alternatives. And as I said, people in Oakville support this direction.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolette Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's intervention, but when he speaks of the Paris Agreement, well, it seems like we're well below what the Paris Agreement requires of us. For example, in Paris, there was a reference to 1990 levels, which Quebec has used as a reference, and has worked to reach targets compared to 1990 levels. We've seen that in the aluminum sector, the wood sector, the forestry sector, where levels have gone down by 78%. But now the government talks about simply referring to 2006 levels, the same targets as set by the Conservatives. So that's very little. It's too little. Should we not do like other countries in the world and refer to 1990 levels instead of the date that we're talking about today?
For Oakville.
I thank the honourable member for the question, and I will be responding in English. So there seems to be tension here. The NDP, others seem to want to see disruptive change. They want to change so fast on climate that job losses and economic losses can occur. And the Conservatives, on the other hand, seem to not want to make any changes. So I think we have found a very balanced solution here to move forward with carbon pricing, to move forward with an economy that is less carbon intensive and carbon required, but at the same time making sure that we transition and hold jobs and keep a strong economy as we move forward. That's the plan I think Canadians want us to implement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
For his comments this afternoon on this very important topic. And I, in particular, take note with how he concluded his comments and his speech when he spoke about future generations. And we've heard a lot in this House over the last few days about the various different stakeholders and people who will be affected by this. But one particular group that I find as though we continually are neglecting in this discussion is the future generations. We've heard members opposite ask questions about what do they say to the seniors in their ridings who are going to be affected by a price on carbon? My question to my honourable colleague here is, what do we say to future generations if we don't do this? And how important is it that we get this right now so that future generations don't have to deal with it?
The honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to have that conversation. I have children that are at all age groups right now. I do not want to be having this conversation with them in 10, 15, 20 years' time. I don't want to be having that conversation with my grandchildren. I don't think any member in this House wants to have a conversation about why we failed to address the problem of climate change when we had a chance to make a difference. That's why it's so important that we proceed with this direction. It's why important that the Paris Agreement and the Vancouver Accord be implemented. We owe this to future generations as much as we owe it to ourselves.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to have a few minutes to be able to speak on such an important topic. Mr. Speaker, climate change is the most serious threat that poses imminent, dangerous consequences to our communities, families, and to our economy. The debate on whether this threat exists is over. Rapid change in climate is real. We have seen the damage it has caused over the past decade, deadly storms, odd weather patterns, and the rapidly melting polar ice caps that have produced a significant human and economic impact. This is a very real and present danger, It's a danger that is of paramount concern to all Canadians. This was demonstrated to me at a town hall on climate change that I hosted with my fellow Mississauga MPs this summer. The overcapacity crowd at the town hall made it clear that people are looking to their government to take steps, to take leadership to change our current course. Leadership on this file over the past 10 years under the previous government's regime saw little to no action, Mr. Speaker. As a result, our reputation around the world, Mr. Speaker, was badly damaged. We made a promise during last year's general election to change course on climate change. We promised to stop the cycle of setting arbitrary, unreasoned targets. We have worked with our provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to achieve realistic targets, Mr. Speaker. Since taking office, our government has taken steps to work with our partners to establish realistic solutions consistent with international obligations that work towards growing the economy and protecting our planet for my children and all our children. By signing on to the Paris Agreement last October, just after we formed government, we signaled to the world emphatically that Canada is here to help. I'm very glad to be able to contribute to the debate today. Mr. Speaker, as we come to accept the reality of the extent of this climate disorder and start to take steps to curtail the current trend, let us double our efforts and reinforce our actions on the conditions that we must improve. Already, global temperatures are 1 degree above pre-industrial levels and rising. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned pre-industrial as this factor of industrialization significantly adds to the seriousness of the time that we are at with climate change. In addition, specific factors in our country substantially contribute to this disorder, namely our geography and our climate. Our broad weather latitudes demand considerable fuel to warm us in winter and to cool us in summer. Our coast-to-coast-to-coast geography requires immense transportation requirements of fuel. Canada's reliance on such primary industries as resource extraction and manufacturing adds further to the complications of our climate disorder. The worldly repercussions of this disorder caused UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to declare that we are in a race against time. The rate at which temperatures are rising exceeds the capacity of our ecosystems, Mr. Speaker, to adapt naturally so that our food production and our economic development are now threatened. Here in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, suddenly climate changes or prolonged periods of drought and heat waves have had threatening consequences on our farmers. This summer alone, the weather has had devastating impacts on our farmers' crops, their livelihood, and ultimately our food source. Even in my urban riding, Mr. Speaker, extreme weather has taken its toll. In July of 2013, the city of Mississauga was hammered by a flash flood of over 123 millimeters of rainfall in just a couple hours. The result was mass flooding for many residents and power outages causing extensive damage to their homes. They called it the 50-year storm, once in a lifetime. The sad thing is we've had 3 so-called 50-year storms in the last 10 years. Another example of this extreme weather was the severe ice storm that struck southern Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes in December of 2013, where 30 millimeters of ice-covered roads and trees, sending off broken branches onto power lines, causing thousands of people to be without power for days and weeks following. Mr. Speaker, the Paris Agreement on climate change awaits final ratification. I stand today, Mr. Speaker, to support that ratification. In signing this agreement initially in April, on our behalf, our Prime Minister indicated that climate change will test our intelligence, our compassion, and our will. But we firmly believe that we are equal to that. For Canada, this agreement means that our government is providing national leadership by working with provinces and territories to take action on climate change. Mr. Speaker, we as the government realize that economic growth and implementing climate protection policies go hand in hand. The Conference Board of Canada acknowledges Canada has a long way to go. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this is an accurate assessment for this vast and complex country. With its extensive geographical differences, significant adjustments in technology, the economy, and, Mr. Speaker, our attitude will be required. This government has promised to protect the environment and grow the economy. Vital to this is providing leadership, along with collaborating with our provincial, territorial partners to develop balanced solutions in establishing plans that are amenable to the partners in this confederation. Our government is providing this leadership. Appropriate federal funding and flexibility will be afforded to our territorial and provincial partners so that they can design policies to meet the climate commitments we have made as a country, and so that they can also keep in mind economic requirements of their respective areas. As our Prime Minister stated yesterday or 2 days ago in his address to this House, he said, because pollution crosses borders, Mr. Speaker, all provinces must do their part. New investments in green infrastructure, clean tech manufacturing, innovation, incentives for clean investments are just a sample of the climate change assistance our government promised to its voters. In anticipation of the requirements of the Paris Agreement and with awareness of the unique and demanding climate issues in this country, the 2016 budget provides full allocations for a framework that endorses and shapes a cleaner, more sustainable environment. As well, that same budget addresses the special economic requirements of the country as it adjusts to the intricacies of climate change. Already, provinces and territories have envisioned a carbon-restricted future in some of their budgets, projects, and their future plans. Some of our provinces have made an early start in their commitments, as they have initiated their plans for carbon pricing appropriate to their own geographical and economic needs. It is promising to see the encouragement of electrical and hybrid vehicles here in Ontario, for example. Even in my riding, Mr. Speaker, Mississauga East Cooksville, met with a constituent last week, was telling me he takes trees that have fallen due to the weather or have been cut down because they are diseased, and they are reused for things like furniture, etc. You know, forward thinking on counteracting carbon use was on the agenda for the Premier of Saskatchewan when he went to Paris in April. With our delegates, he sought to promote carbon capture and storage technology, Mr. Speaker. That is really pioneering also for that province. The world awaits such forward, intelligent thinking required in inventing technology for the impending non-carbon age and in making economic adjustments and alterations required in this upcoming era. With the announcement yesterday of our 2 days ago of our new carbon plan, the potential is there for this to help our middle class, job creation, and help our businesses be more competitive on the world stage. And if we take the appropriate approach, keeping in mind our provincial counterparts' priorities, by working together, we can achieve the results that we want, Mr. Speaker. Canada already has an excellent reputation in the world when it comes to a technological zone for such forward thinking and inventions. We invented the Canada Arm, for example, Mr. Speaker. The innovation, flexible, hardworking, compassionate, never give up attitude of Canadians puts us in the right place, Mr. Speaker, to take on climate change. Mr. Speaker, we can do our part the Canadian way, conscientiously, superlatively, and compassionately. Let us support the ratification of the Paris Agreement. We need to do our part, and we will, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Carleton Trails, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for his comments. He mentioned Saskatchewan and the very innovative work that has been done when it comes to carbon capture sequestration. And I know that the Minister of the Environment from Saskatchewan is a member of the subcommittee, Clean Technology, Innovation and Jobs, which we're heading to Montreal to discuss the documents, review, and make recommendations to the Prime Minister on how to move forward when it came to tackling greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm wondering what he would say to the Premier of Saskatchewan and that minister who went to Montreal to continue to do the good work that the First Ministers were doing in regards to the Prime Minister's unilateral decision to impose a carbon tax.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. And the Minister of the Environment in Montreal and meeting with our provincial and territorial partners. Mr. Speaker, to the member, there are a number of working groups that are ongoing and working towards our goal. And this is the goal that is pan-Canadian, Mr. Speaker, and it's an incremental goal, starting now with putting down a benchmark. Working together, carbon capture and these technologies and these new jobs, these clean tech jobs, Mr. Speaker, and I commend Saskatchewan for working so hard on this. They are coming together. This is all part of the model to getting us to where we want to be in the future. So I say to the Premier of Saskatchewan, to the Minister, and to that working group to continue to, as I said, double down on our efforts, reinforce what we are doing because we're headed in the right direction.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Mississauga East Cooksville for his speech. I'm happy to say that I am in favor of the Paris Agreement. I was glad that the Canadian government took that role in accepting the necessary temperature targets of between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius to keep our Earth below that temperature increase. It's a real concern in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, where we're facing depleting water resources, increasing irrigation needs, increasing forest fires. All these things are of great concern. But I'm concerned about how this government is planning to tackle this, how they're actually going to get to these temperature targets. And in particular, the Liberals took the NDP platform on ending the subsidies to the fossil fuel industry as a really important part of that. And since then, they've done nothing. And I just wondered what the plans are of this government to end those subsidies to the fossil fuel industries and turn them into subsidies for clean tech and green technologies.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, first let me thank the honourable member for the question, and he's quite right. You know, I've heard from farmers and how they've had kind of devastating results on their crops through some of these droughts and the hot weather, and what that is causing. It's turmoil when we talk about business. The member also talked about planning, and that's exactly correct. What we've done is we've brought forward a plan, Mr. Speaker, with targets that both balance our environment as well as the economy. So working to help that farmer over these years as we look to put on cap and trade type of models or pricing carbon pollution, that is going to, in lockstep, working together with our communities and of course our provinces and our territories. So I wish they've done a lot of the heavy lifting already, Mr. Speaker, and what we're doing is providing that leadership through this Paris Agreement to make sure that this all works. But for too long, we were stagnant, not doing anything. We had 10 years of just being really adrift, Mr. Speaker, adrift. And now that we've got a plan, we are moving forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A real honor to represent my constituency of Langley Aldergrove and to speak before you, Mr. Speaker, a member of this Parliament that is so well respected. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Carleton Trails, Eagle Creek. Mr. Speaker, I was honored in the last number of parliaments to be the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Environment, actually 5 different ministers, and then was actually the chair of the Standing Committee on Environment. And that was because the environment is so important to myself and my community. We need to move forward and clean up some previous environmental practices, and that's one of the first things that we did when I became the parliamentary secretary in 2006. The Sydney tar ponds was one of the most overstudied and well-known contaminated sites, and I was honored to present the funding and then the finished product, to see that finished product cleaning up of the Sydney tar ponds. The previous government was committed to a sustainable environment. And I was also honored to work with a affordable Liberal MP, John Godfrey, and the Sustainable Development Act, and working across all party lines to work together for a cleaner environment. And over my political career, I found the more we work together, the more we can move ahead. It's almost like oars in a boat, and if everybody's rowing in the same direction, you can make great progress. But if you're rowing in all different directions, you just end up turning around in circles. So it is so important that on the environment that we put aside politics, that we keep our promises, and we move forward. The motion that we have today is that the House supports the government's decision to ratify the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, signed by Canada in New York on April 22nd, 2016. And, Mr. Speaker, we support that. The 30% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, that was a plan that the previous government committed to. And we were on track, Mr. Speaker, to meet those targets. Fact is, with a growing economy that Canada had under the previous government, we were growing, our economy was growing, more and more jobs all the time, and at the same time, we were reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We were dramatically reducing pollutants that were causing health problems. And so we were getting it done, growing the economy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and pollutants. The second half of this is that the House support the March the 3rd, 16 Vancouver Declaration calling on the federal government, the provinces, and the territories to work together to develop a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. And that's where I have great difficulty, and I think the government has taken the whole process off the rails, so to speak. Mr. Speaker, it was on Monday, the Prime Minister announced that in a very dictatorial way that this is the way it was going to be. And I harken back to the promises that were made during the election, and the Prime Minister said that he was committed to working with the provinces. But on Monday, we saw that all come to a screeching halt. And he promised that he would not impose a climate change plan on the provinces. He called that nonsensical. But what happened on Monday is he deviated from that, and he told the provinces, this is what thou shalt do. And we have to work with one another. We have to show respect with one another, Mr. Speaker. I found over the years, working with different environmental groups, great success. There was, in my riding of Langley, there is a group called LEPS, Langley Environmental Partners, and they have great success working with, in a nonpartisan way, working with anybody that's interested in improving the environment. And over the last 11 years, we've planted together 1,000 trees a year. We've given them out, and they've helped me distribute these 1,000 trees. So it's over 11,000 trees that we've been able to hand out in the riding. And trees are good. And I love it when we come together as community and partnering and working together on the environment, because it's not the environment, a healthy environment is not just for this generation, but it's for the future generations too. We have a responsibility to show respect, work arm in arm with one another, and improve that. And that's not what's happening with the action of the government. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government will have a pause, that they will consider changing course. I just heard from the Liberal member across the way, and I encouraged him to rethink his thoughts. He told the Premier of Saskatchewan to double down. And what does that mean? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said it's because of the lack of leadership he's seeing from the provinces that he's had to force this on them. And then we have members of his caucus saying, Premiers, you need to double down. Well, that's not working together. That's not working together on a common cause. And the targets of a 30% reduction by 2030 is achievable if we work together. But Canadians have said, we are going to trust the new government to come up with a plan that will help us achieve that target, that 30% reduction by 2030. But the government also promised no new taxes. But the Prime Minister even admitted today during question period that it is a tax. It's a new tax on Canadians. And how will that new tax affect Canadians? Will it reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Well, the previous government was able to reduce taxes and reduce greenhouse emissions. The Liberal plan is to increase taxes and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But we can learn from past practices of what works and what doesn't. The previous Liberal government, they made aspirational commitments, and the emissions went up, up, up. Taxes went up, emissions went up. And not the Conservative way, where we reduce taxes and we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So the plan has been proven not to work. But how does that plan affect Canadians? Well, I have a number of seniors that have retired and are on fixed incomes in the riding of Langley Aldergrove. And I'm hearing from them already, Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister made his proclamation that thou shalt, and there will be a carbon tax, a new tax on everything. On everything. What does that mean? It means that they're advising that seniors, you need to get another sweater or a little bit thicker sweater because you're going to have to turn down your thermostat because your natural gas heating is going to go up. And of course, your food is going to cost more because that's transported. That's transported from within the community or from outside of the community, and to drive to go see the doctor or to physio or to home care, everything is going to go up. Food, transportation, heating, and it's endless. The cost of all goods. But what have they told Canadian seniors? And I'm honored to be the critic for seniors. And I've asked the government, please appoint a minister for seniors. Please establish a national senior strategy. Because right now, 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior. There are more seniors than youth in Canada right now, and that is changing very quickly. In 6 years, it'll be 1 in 5. In 13 years, it'll be 1 in 4. So this major democratic shift. It is happening in a very short period of time, and the government is not ready. And what is their plan to do that? Well, they're going to increase the taxes on everything, on every Canadian, particularly the Canadians that are on fixed income. So their solution to that is we're going to give them an extra $70 a month for those that are single. If you're living together, you get nothing extra. But get a thicker sweater, and that way you can survive those winters. Now, fortunately, in Langley, we have very mild winters. But much of Canada is very cold in the winter. And so is that the solution for the government, is get a thicker sweater or get an extra sweater? And, Mr. Speaker, it's a disrespect for our Canadian seniors. It's a disrespect for the provinces. It's not a plan. A tax is not a plan. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope the government will reconsider what they're doing because it's not right. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thanks very much. I listened with great interest both to the member's speech and also to the Prime Minister's presentation on this issue, and I don't recall a single penny accruing to the federal government out of anything the Prime Minister said with regards to the announcement that was made. I also am fully aware, and I hope the member is as well, that the consultations and the conversations and the dialogue with provinces has been going on since the day we took office and continues now and will continue into the future as we find a way to deal with climate change. My question is this to the honourable member. In what part of the Prime Minister's remarks did he hear it identified that the federal government was collecting revenue off the proposition of putting a price on pollution? Where can he point to? Can he point to a single sentence that shows that the federal government will collect anything on the proposal that's being tabled?
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. And I think if he looks at what the Prime Minister said when he met with the premiers and with the different ministers, and when he told them that this is the way it's going to be, you will have a carbon tax. You must increase the cost of every good on every Canadian. You must. And Brad Wall said, the level of disrespect shown by the Prime Minister and his government is stunning. Now, does that build bridges? Does that move us together? Is that slowing down and consulting and showing respect for all levels of government? And it's important that the government reconsider its approach, because if we're not showing respect to one another, we don't get respect. And so I encourage the government to reconsider.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thanks to my colleague for his speech. He mentioned in his speech about the decline in carbon dioxide emissions in Canada while his government was in power in 2008-2010 era. Everyone knows those emissions only went down because the economy tanked in 2008 and Ontario took coal-fired plants off the grid. And I just wondered why his government cut funding for climate action and why his government failed to act when they were in power.
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, but I think there's great mischief at work in that question, because it doesn't. The question is far from the facts. In fact, we became government in 2006, and we were government from 2006 to 2015. And Mr. Speaker, the economy experienced great difficulties in 2008 and on. But the economy, while we were government, grew 35%, Mr. Speaker. It didn't tank, it grew because of strong conservative fiscal management. Yet, during that 35% of growth in the economy, emissions went down. And so the policies of working together are effective. It does reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and pollutants that we breathe and cause serious health problems, they also are reduced, working with our international partners and with all levels of government. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope they don't just try to ignore the effective policies that we had, because they worked. You can see it in the facts, and I hope the NDP will reconsider their approach also.
Before resuming debate, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Dairy industry. Honourable member for Windsor West, telecommunications industry, and the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we draw near the end of the time allotted for this debate, I'd like to begin my remarks by noting that as the Prime Minister stood in this place on Monday and announced his $40 billion carbon tax, provincial representatives walked out of an environmental ministers' conference in Montreal shocked to hear of this unilateral action from the media. If Canadians needed any further evidence that sunny ways are over, that was it. While I believe that all of us should do our part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, we have to be realistic and understand that a one-size-fits-all approach can't work in Canada. I also believe that Canadians pay enough in taxes. As a member that represents a constituency with energy-intensive industries like mining, agriculture, and manufacturing, I am concerned that this new Liberal levy for the environment will be little more than a transfer of wealth from Western Canada to Ottawa via some kind of new taxation. The Prime Minister's contention that this initiative will be revenue neutral is hard to believe. It is hard to believe that a policy that will increase the federal government's accounts receivables by over $40 billion each year can be revenue neutral. This will become the second largest source of federal revenue going forward, putting it ahead of the sales tax, the corporate income tax, the customs import duties, employment insurance premium revenues, and Crown Corporation revenues. Canada has entered an era of long-term deficit spending with no plan to return the country to balance. The temptation for this government, in particular, to put these carbon revenues into general revenues will be strong. Emissions have no borders, Mr. Speaker. Canada should participate in international initiatives to reduce GHG emissions. It is in our best interest when our neighbours are environmentally responsible, and the reverse is certainly true. It needs to be repeated that when a manufacturing plant moves 30 kilometres down the road to a jurisdiction that has lower costs for energy, nothing is gained. All that occurs are job losses. Greenhouse gas emissions are an international issue. Therefore, attempts to reduce them must involve all emitters, not just those in Canada. Pollution can be exported. Many developing countries would be happy to inherit the energy-intensive factories that will no longer be economically viable here in Canada with a new carbon tax. It goes without saying that Canada's environmental laws and their enforcement are much more stringent than those of nearly any other country. So a factory moving overseas where oversight is less stringent can actually be detrimental to the international fight against greenhouse gas emissions. Canada competes on just about everything. Canadian railways compete with U.S. railroads and U.S. trucking. Airlines, which already lose 5 million passengers per year to border airports, compete with international carriers. While President Obama committed the United States to the Paris Conference targets, it's another thing for an outgoing president to act on that commitment. A downtown Toronto condo dweller will have a lower carbon footprint than someone living in Iqaluit or the producer from the prairies. A small technology company in Montreal will have a lower carbon footprint than a trucking company that hauls automobile parts across the Ambassador Bridge. A homeowner living in the temperate climate of Victoria will undoubtedly need less natural gas or heating oil to warm their home in the winter than someone living in Saskatoon. Our federation is designed to accommodate the different realities of our regions. When Canada agreed, along with Mexico and the United States, that 50% of its electricity would come from renewable sources by 2025, a standard that we surpassed today, the Prime Minister was basking in the legacy of provincial investments in hydropower. However, the Prime Minister should not boast on the international stage that Canada is a leader in green power generation, given that under his made-up term of social license, it would be impossible presently to build these large-scale facilities that provide baseload power to our cities. For any environmental policy to last and be effective, it needs to have a buy-in from all who are involved. If environmental policy is built on a platform of animosity between the federal government and the provinces, that policy will be doomed to fail. The Premier of Saskatchewan does not support this ill-conceived plan to raise taxes. The Premiers of Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia, and the 3 Northern Territories also have serious doubts. As the fine print of the Minister's plan is released, I'm sure we'll see more provinces question this massively expensive experiment of economic and social planning. For a policy that the Prime Minister claims is built on unanimous accord at a First Minister's meeting, there is a lot of discord in regards to what was agreed to in Vancouver. This sledgehammer approach taken by the Prime Minister is disrespectful to both the provinces and their elected representatives, who are all contributing to Canada's economic prosperity. Is this the new era of cooperative federalism that the Prime Minister has been so keen to champion? I'm curious what the penalty will be should Saskatchewan not meet the standards set by the Prime Minister. Typically, when the federal government wants to partner with the provinces on something, the federal government puts at least some amount of funding to get things started. I can't help but think that the Prime Minister has decided to redesign our entire economy and put the odds against the three prairie provinces. This carbon tax will not impact Canadians uniformly. Saskatchewan does not have the geography required for large-scale hydro dams, nor do we have the population size or density, for that matter, to make the economics of nuclear power viable. To my knowledge, combines don't run on solar power. In any year with lower than expected crop yields or low commodity prices, this new tax will have a far greater impact on my region than on any urban area. The Prime Minister, his Environment Minister, and countless MPs here have repeated that putting a high tax on carbon is good for the economy and good for innovation. This statement must be challenged. At its most basic level, this new tax is an additional cost for businesses and consumers. In any business, any additional cost is detrimental. What this new tax will do is make Canada's energy-intensive industries like farming and mining less competitive than those of other countries. The contention that increasing costs on businesses will make them more innovative is very naive. Every business, regardless of its sector, seeks to reduce the cost of its inputs relative to its overall outputs. I'd like to conclude by pointing out the incredible inconsistency that the Liberals are showing with this new $40 billion tax. This government is actively supporting, through subsidies, the manufacturing of new aircraft and vehicles, which are two sectors that contribute the most to Canada's overall emissions. At the same time, the mining energy that produces the fuel to power these planes and cars is being ignored and, even worse, targeted. For many years, as Ontario and Quebec were not recipients of equalization, were net recipients of equalization. It was British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador that financially supported our federation through a strong mining sector. Now, as commodity prices are lower, Ottawa is about to add to the pain that workers out west and out east in Newfoundland are experiencing. The Prime Minister needs to reopen the dialogue with all premiers in order to develop and implement a greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan that will actually work, as they are best positioned to understand the economic realities of their provinces. Going in alone, as the Prime Minister is doing, will ensure failure. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Well, I listened to the members' opposite statements and concerns, and I'm not going to comment on the Premier of Alberta, who has welcomed this initiative. We now find out that the P in NDP stands for pipelines, apparently. But the newly minted Conservative Premier of Manitoba has said that they're working very hard on a plan that they think will excite Manitobans, and they look forward to further discussions with the federal government on the issue. They understand the new spirit of federalism that's taken hold, and they're working very hard. I recognize that one or two premiers are struggling with this, and we have built that timetable into the process to make sure we get to unanimity as close to that as possible. But I'm also taken by the member's fascination with my riding in the condominiums of downtown Toronto. She's aware, of course, that not all residents of this country will experience climate change in the same way, nor will they experience the pollution that climate change generates in the lungs of children and families that live in those condominiums. Right. I note that she routinely supports the Island Airport, routinely supports JETS there, JETS being the highest single source of per capita greenhouse gas in this country, in particular short haul. I'm wondering if she has such concern for the residents of different parts of this country, if she can put aside her regional focus and broaden her understanding of things like communities that live in condominiums or in the far north, and actually come up with a collaborative process that succeeds in reducing greenhouse gases while transforming the economy, while moving us forward. Are there any ideas that she can add that will cut greenhouse gases while we build a new economy that will help the residents of my riding who happen to live in condominiums that she routinely disdains and casts doubt and aspersions towards?
Honourable Member for Carleton Trails, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Of course, I and the Conservative caucus do not oppose taking action on climate change. In fact, your government is using the very targets that we set. But what I don't support is this government running roughshod over provincial and territorial rights. The provinces signed the Vancouver Declaration because they believed that it called for a collaborative and flexible approach. And that is what I have highlighted in the speech that I gave today, Mr. Speaker. However, this government has already said that it intends to impose a national carbon tax before the provinces could even draft plans to reduce their emissions, before the subcommittees could even come back and agree to language to make their recommendations to the Prime Minister. So if this government is interpreting the Vancouver Declaration as a mandate to act unilaterally, then we cannot support it.
Question et commentaire. Before I go to the next question, I just want to remind the member that I'm sure when she said your government, she didn't mean the Speaker's government. She was talking about the honourable member. I just want to clarify that. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I ask my question, allow me to provide a refresher in terms of context. In the past, there was Kyoto, and the targets were based on targets from 1990. And the targets were very ambitious, Mr. Speaker. Under the Conservatives, they chose the date, the reference year is 2005, which was a far step backwards compared to Kyoto, with very weak targets. It was some 30% for 2030 based on the 2005 reference year. So when the Liberals went to Paris, they said we're going to be better than the Conservatives. They asked to limit the change in global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But when it comes time to putting in place an action plan, where are the concrete steps that the government is going to take to move towards green energy? The concrete steps that they're going to use to create jobs? Does my colleague agree with me that the Liberal plan doesn't correspond with a true climate change plan?
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his question. Of course, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have always taken the approach that a global problem requires a global solution. And Canada was among the first countries to take a strong stand on the fact that in order for a climate change agreement to work, it had to include the world's largest emitters, and it required a plan. The Liberal government signed Kyoto without ever having a plan or the political will to meet its objectives. And they've demonstrated that again this week when they introduced their unilateral carbon tax. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Victoria. Because climate change is the challenge of our time, I stand in support of ratifying the Paris Accord. And here is why action is so badly needed. Climate change impacts are already being felt in my riding. We already see hotter water harming chum, chinook, and coho salmon returns on the Englishman, Cowichan, and Nanaimo rivers and in Mill Creek. Salmon are also harmed by drier rivers resulting from reduced snowpack. 2 decades of pine beetle infestation in our province have led to dozens of mill closures and tens of thousands of job losses. Ocean acidity has increased 30% and is expected to increase up to 150% by the end of the century. And worldwide, since 1975, oceans have absorbed 90% of the excess heat of global climate change. And this has already had big economic costs for us. BC's $2.2 billion fishery and aquaculture sector is at risk with its 14,000 jobs. Worldwide, fisheries stand to lose $10 billion of their annual revenue. Climate change caused ocean acidification, killed 10 million scallops just north of my riding. That was 3 years worth of production. And the CEO of Qualicum Oysters said, quote, "I'm not sure if we are going to stay alive. And I'm not sure if the oyster industry is going to stay alive." Power generation is affected too. In 2009, we saw the lowest water inflows in 46 years at Vancouver Island power plants. And forest fires cost British Columbia $877 million over the last 5 years. Drought, disease, and pests threaten food security on Vancouver Island, which already imports 95% of its food externally. Now, the good news is that acting on global climate change can boost small business and good local jobs. Climate action is a win-win for our local economy and our global environment, and we're already innovating and cutting greenhouse gas emissions in my riding and adding good-paying, sustainable jobs. Nanaimo's Harmac Pacific Mill is energy sufficient, and it uses biofuels, including wood waste, to generate 55 megawatts of power. The Greater Nanaimo Pollution Control Centre captures methane to convert to electricity, and it's powering 300 homes. Nanaimo's home to Canadian Electric Vehicles, which for 25 years has been making industrial vehicles from electric trucks to Zambonis to electric bobcats. Two groups right now are building energy conservation affordable housing in Nanaimo. Low energy use equals low operating costs equals greater affordability. And Vancouver Island University carpentry students dedicated 5,000 hours of volunteer time to building that Habitat for Humanity's most recent build. And the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre is building affordable housing right now using passive energy design, which uses 80% less power than normal. Now, this is good news countrywide. Canada's green building sector has $128 billion in gross annual output, and it employs more direct full-time workers than forestry, mining, oil and gas industries combined. We need our government to support local initiatives and remove barriers to innovation right here at home. We have the know-how here in our communities, and we want climate leadership that supports, not impedes, cutting greenhouse gas emissions right here on our coast. Now, I talked with Nanaimo renewable energy entrepreneurs at the Vancouver Island Economic Alliance Summit a few years back. They said the Harper government and our BC government put up more barriers to their industry than anywhere they know in the world. They are both manufacturing and selling outside our community and outside our province. That is a lose-lose for environment and economy. Canada cannot afford to stand on the sidelines when it comes to tackling climate change and transitioning to a cleaner, greener economy. With 50,000 people employed directly in more than 800 clean tech firms, Canada could be a global leader. But this needs federal government financing and policy support. And so it's time we had a truly balanced, sustainable approach to developing our energy resources in Canada. And this means creating lasting, sustainable prosperity while making Canada a global leader in the clean tech sector of tomorrow. But the bad news is that it feels like the Liberals are repeating their old pattern of breaking promises. In the early 90s, I was involved through the environmental NGO community with a group called the Economic Instruments Collaborative. We were working with the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, TransAlta, Lafarge Cement, the biggest polluters in Canada, working together to try to design economic instruments to deal with air quality problems. One of them was global climate change. The Liberals at that time were elected in 1993 on a platform to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 20% by 2005. Instead, they ignored this collaborative regulatory design that we had worked together, had achieved this amazing consensus between disparate groups. The Liberals chose not to implement that, and instead emissions increased by over 30%. And by 2005, to our shame, the United Nations had reported Canada's pollution had increased more than any other signatory to Kyoto. So, while New Democrats support the ratification of the Paris Agreement, we're concerned that the Liberals have shown no plan and no real effort toward achieving its targets. Now, Canadians elected this Liberal government on the promise to establish national emission reduction targets. That was in their platform. Now, in government, they're backtracking to what they used to call catastrophic Harper targets, and Canada is still without a national greenhouse gas reduction plan. All spring, Liberals in this House kept telling us we have committees, but committees don't reduce emissions. Now, carbon pricing won't guarantee a greenhouse gas reduction either, and it won't meet the Paris targets. Carbon pricing without emission reductions leaves it to the market to decide how much pollution we get, and leaving it to the market is how we got into this mess in the first place. Now, Conservatives compounded that mess, there's no question. They disgracefully put Canada on the climate fossil map as the first signatory to withdraw from Kyoto. They defunded the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, a group that we sorely need right now. They failed to monitor or regulate emissions from the fossil fuel industry, and they continued to give their corporate fossil friends tremendous billions in annual tax breaks. Yet, Liberal decisions are not looking very climate-friendly right now either. Approving the Pacific Northwest liquid natural gas project is inconsistent with the federal government's commitments to lead on climate change and clean innovation. And at 10 million tons, it will be one of the largest carbon polluters in the country. No meaningful consultation and accommodation with Indigenous communities. And that feels to us like the Site C Dam problem as well. This summer, at the site of the proposed dam, Indigenous leaders showed me BC Hydro pulverizing old-growth forest, mulching a carbon sink during reservoir preparation, and this is all to power further fossil fuel production. It's an embarrassment for us. So we're looking for real climate action. We are looking for ratification of the Paris Accord, but we need regulation, we need reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, we need support for innovation to create sustainable jobs. And we, as legislators in this House, have a sacred duty to future generations, to the people, to the animals, to future generations, to make it right for our planet, and for the first time in Canadian history, to actually lead on climate change.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe what we have witnessed this week, and it started off with the Prime Minister making a very clear indication to all Canadians that, in fact, the government was listening and has an understanding that in order to move forward, we need to act on our environment, take into consideration the economics or the economy. And what we have seen is through the Paris Agreement and many discussions that have taken place with our provincial leaders, territorials, Indigenous people, and so many others, Mr. Speaker, which I ultimately believe have led to what it is that the Prime Minister introduced to the House. And my question to the member is, when we talk about the issue of carbon taxing of pollution, that this is in fact things that have been taking place, or an action that has been taking place in many other jurisdictions, including here in Canada today. And my question to the member specifically is, does the Democratic Party have a position on what sort of a price they would like to see when it comes to carbon taxing policy on pollution?
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, I believe the member was in the House the 3 times that New Democrats brought climate change legislation to this House. Twice it was passed in the House, 1 time it was stopped in the Senate. So the member knows our commitment to actual, measurable, enforceable emission reductions that would help climate change. And I don't think either of the parties across the House here, whether New Democrat or Liberal, believe that the market, that a price on carbon alone will deal with the reductions that we need. We are in trouble in this country. coastal communities especially. We need emission reductions fast, and we need the government to take strong leadership. As the member knows, it was a cap-and-trade program that we campaigned on. I was very involved with the benefits, the success of cap-and-trade around reducing emissions causing acid rain. We know that that works to get emissions down at a reliable, measurable level, but it also gives industry the flexibility to work together. So that's a way to price carbon while ratcheting emissions down. And until we see the government's plan to actually act on emission reductions, we'll continue to ask these questions in this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for her excellent speech. As an ecologist, I'm quite familiar with a lot of the predictions and projections around the increase in climate change over the next few decades. And one of the clearest projections in British Columbia especially, as my colleague mentioned, was the warming of our rivers. Just last year in my riding in the Okanagan Valley, we were predicted to get a record run of sockeye salmon, over 400,000 fish. Almost all of them, all but 10,000, died in the pools of the Columbia River because the water was too warm. And I just wanted to ask my colleague, we hear a lot, especially from the Conservatives here, on the price of action. I just want to know what the price of inaction is, especially with regard to salmon.
Well, member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank my colleague. We share a salmon connection, me on the coast and my colleague in the interior. This is such a valuable industry for our province. Our province was built on salmon. We're salmon people, and we have a very strong commitment to around the Indigenous relationship in British Columbia to stand up in every way we can for salmon. This is 100% a federal responsibility. And sockeye salmon at our latitude, which are already at their southern range, are threatened with extinction by 2050. And maybe all species of salmon beyond sockeye by 2100. It would be a disaster economically and environmentally. We can't let that happen. So what's happening is as rivers get hotter, then the salmon either cannot go up to spawn or else they wait in the hope for cooler water, at which point they get preyed on by seals and other animals. When we lose our salmon population, not only are there human impacts, but the endangered orca whale that's resident in the southern Strait of Georgia, also known as the Salish Sea, they are losing their primary food. And so we have a commitment, a deep responsibility as a federal government to protect the Chinook salmon on which the endangered orca rely. It's a species at risk identified mammal, and we've got a strong responsibility to act. And reducing greenhouse gas emissions is the best way for us to do that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the ratification of the Paris Agreement, Mr. Speaker. I support aggressive action to cut carbon pollution and to create clean energy jobs. In fact, I ran to represent Victoria here in Parliament in large part because I just couldn't stand any longer on the sidelines as the Conservative government drove our country farther down the road toward the enormous economic, social, and environmental costs of climate change. Never before has one generation handed such a hefty bill to the next. We owe it to young Canadians to do everything in our power to reduce that bill. They deserve a healthy environment and a prosperous, resilient, sustainable, low-carbon economy. I am proud to support the ratification of the Paris Agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, I fear that the targets now shared by the Liberals and the Conservatives, as well as the recent decisions of this government with regard to Site C and the Pacific Northwest LNG proposal, are simply inconsistent with our obligations to that international agreement, to Indigenous peoples and to young Canadians who will bear the burden of our inaction. We meet today as the people of Haiti are digging out from the destruction of yet another hurricane, Hurricane Matthew, and millions of Americans are evacuating their homes on the eastern seaboard as the storm approaches. In Florida, a state of emergency has been declared. Families are stocking up on gasoline and on bottled water, and shop owners are boarding up their businesses as we speak today. This is just one storm, but it illustrates a trend Canadians are seeing across our country and around the globe. A changing climate is bringing more extreme weather, more ice and wind storms, more fires, and more floods. The Calgary floods, for example, cost Canadians $6 billion, and only a third of that was covered by insurance, leaving families and governments to pick up the tab. The Fort McMurray fire destroyed 2,400 homes and became the costliest disaster that insurers in Canada have ever seen. Canadians know that climate change isn't coming, it's here. And if we don't take aggressive action, the costs are just going to keep climbing. The Liberals' plan to go back to Stephen Harper's plan, Stephen Harper's targets, Stephen Harper's timeline is deeply disappointing to my community in Victoria and indeed to many Canadians who care deeply about the future of our planet. 5 years ago, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy wrote a major report. It forecast that climate change will cost Canadians $5 billion each year by 2020. That's about the cost of the Calgary floods each year. We owe it to look down the road, not look in a short-term vista only, but to think about what we're doing to our children and our grandchildren's future. I had the opportunity to meet last night with David Suzuki to talk about the carbon pricing that the Liberals have put on the table. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, he was as deeply disappointed as the people in my riding are with what this plan will actually accomplish. Now, by the middle of this century, that bill I talked about, that the Roundtable talked about, is expected to grow to $20 billion a year and $40 billion in the worst case. That's the equivalent of several Calgary floods and Fort McMurray fires each year. That means more damage from storm surge, particularly in Atlantic Canada, as sea levels rise, as the Greenland ice cap melts. And as air quality drops, it means more hospital visits in Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, and Vancouver. There's not a single member in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, who wants to see that happen. So let's talk plainly about what needs to happen next. To avert catastrophic climate damage, we need to reduce the pollution that we pump into the air each year. The more we cut pollution, the lower bill for future generations. It's really that simple. That pollution is measured in megatons, or millions of tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. In 1990, Canada emitted 613 megatons. A Liberal government then signed the Kyoto Protocol, promising to reduce emissions by 6% by 2012. But by 2012, our carbon pollution had actually gone up from 613 megatons to 710. By 2014, according to Environment Canada, our emissions reached 732 megatons, 20% higher than when we signed on to Kyoto. But the fact that pollution keeps going up has never stopped governments from making promises. So at another summit, this time in Copenhagen, the last government pledged to reduce Canada's emissions to 611 megatons by 2020, effectively bringing them back to where they were in 1990. So, are we on track, Mr. Speaker? Actually, Environment Canada projects that carbon pollution will get worse between now and 2020. According to their data, we will miss our target by 116 million tons. Let's not forget, that target, the one chosen by the Conservatives and then Xeroxed by the Liberals on the way to Paris, is not nearly enough to save future generations from the enormous costs I spoke of earlier. Not nearly enough. The best science shows that a tipping point will be reached if our planet heats up more than 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level. 2 degrees. Once we cross that tipping point, the damage to ecosystems and to our economy could be catastrophic and irreversible. That's why Article 2 of the Paris Accord calls for nations to work together to hold temperature increases to, quote, well below that 2-degree red line, and ideally to 1.5 degrees. That is the goal of the Paris Agreement, and that's what I stand here to support. But the hard truth is that the targets set by Stephen Harper, and now supported by the Liberals, will not meet that goal. In fact, they knowingly undermine it. One virtue of the Liberals and Conservatives sharing the same climate goals, it simplifies the math. That's because Mr. Harper's targets were already part of the calculation made by the UN Climate Secretariat last year before the Paris Accord. So it doesn't have to be that way, Mr. Speaker. The Americans, the Europeans, they're on track to meet the Copenhagen targets. They're cutting their pollution. Their economies are not stagnant. The American economy is growing. We have a choice. Adapting to climate change is the defining challenge of our time. We can buckle underneath it, or we can slam the brakes on our economy and tear down infrastructure, damage our health, or we can rise to meet a challenge that will organize and measure the very best of our energies and skills as Canadians. We in the NDP intend to see Canada rise to this challenge. We've always done it before, and we're here to say we will do it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it pleases me that we are getting closer and closer to what I believe is going to be a very positive message to all Canadians when it comes time to ultimately vote on what we're being asked to vote on. And that is, of course, the Paris Agreement, which is an accumulation of a number of things, Mr. Speaker, dealing with Canadians from every region of the country. We understand and know how important the issue is to Canadians, the issue of climate change. We understand, disagree with some of the things that have been said, in particular from the Conservative Party. I do have a couple of specific questions in regards to the Democratic Party. One of them is just dealing in terms of whether or not the NDP would agree. It's great that we have a Prime Minister that has seen and taken the national leadership necessary in order to put something tangible in place. The question specific is, does the member, or in particular the New Democrats, believe, as we do, that the revenues that would be generated be provided back to the provinces, and that Ottawa's role is one of leadership in ensuring that all jurisdictions in Canada have some form of carbon reduction that we're talking so much about in the last few days?
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank the member for his question. And yes, indeed, we do believe that there's a strong role for the federal government under our Constitution to show the leadership Canadians have been demanding. We have seen local governments take the lead. As the city of Nelson has a program for the installation of solar panels, for which the individual consumer will receive a lower tax, a lower price on their utility if they make the installation and then save that. We see in the city of Hinton, Alberta, geothermal taking off. So yes, I do believe that the clean energy future we're talking about will start at the federal level through their leadership, but it also has to be acknowledged that that's happening in the provinces and at the local level. The provinces should, of course, be able to, if the government is serious, make this a revenue-neutral initiative, and I think that's important that the revenues levied are not seen as a mere tax. They shouldn't be. They weren't in the British Columbia context. They needn't be in this, and that the provinces are allowed to retain that, but only as a step to do what we need to do, and much more aggressively than the Liberals are talking about with their initial $10 a ton, which will, of course, do nothing.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Honourable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with He's a very passionate, devoted member of Parliament on this issue and the future of next generations. Of course, we are thinking about two approaches. There is the Conservatives' approach, where they don't want to do anything, and then there's the NDP approach, whereby we have a plan. We had tabled a bill on climate change that is dangerous. Jack Layton tabled bills twice, and he had serious ambitions, for example, to reduce climate change and reduce emissions by 80%. And it was it was back in 1990 and not targeting 2055, and now we're talking 2050. So this is the evidence that the NDP really wants to make progress. On the other side, we're hearing a lot of rhetoric, but not much, seeing much action with the Liberals. And indeed, the former roundtable on the environment and the economy, which existed before it was chopped by the Liberals, demonstrated that it would cost $50 billion more if we don't tackle climate change starting now. So does my colleague not agree that investing in climate change would be to the benefit of future generations in the long term?
If possible.
I just want to salute the passion my colleague from Drummond has shown for the environment ever since I met him in this place. I can only confirm what he says. We did bring a bill forward. It was a real bill. To the everlasting shame of Parliament, that bill was defeated by unelected, unaccountable senators. That's something for which we all should be ashamed. The Liberals do not appear to have a plan. They have aspirations, and I salute those aspirations, but the time has come to have a real plan of action, to actually do something that's going to be meaningful, not simply talk about it as we did in Kyoto, but to roll up our sleeves, work with the provinces, work with local governments, work with NGOs and industry to bring about the future our children and grandchildren deserve.
Bravo. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thanks to the Right Honourable Member for Papineau for his motion. I suspect that when most of us look back on our time in this House, we may well point to this motion as one of the most consequential votes of our careers. This is one of those rare moments when what is before us transcends party and has implications for decades to come. This motion is about how this country will respond to the great challenge of our time and how we will honor the principles of Paris. Since coming to office, our government has been guided by some important principles. That environmental responsibility goes hand in hand with economic prosperity. That engagement is better than estrangement, that Canada works best when Canadians work together, and that no relationship is no more important than the one with Indigenous peoples. These values have guided our actions and informed our policies. The motion before us today reflects those same values. The Paris Agreement highlights the urgency of our environmental responsibility while pointing us toward new economic opportunities, and it speaks to the necessity of cooperation towards a common goal. The agreement also reflects a compelling reality that while the transition to a lower carbon future might be long, the trajectory is clear. We simply cannot continue along the present course. And so we are at a pivotal moment, a time when the world truly begins the historic adjustment toward more renewable sources of energy. Our government understands the imperatives of this moment. We are committed to making Canada a leader in the new clean energy economy of the future. And our actions, Mr. Speaker, have reflected that commitment. We began by signing the Paris Agreement. We became one of the founding members of Mission Innovation, the ambitious goal, a global agreement to double government investment in clean technology. We have signed a far-reaching agreement with our North American partners on climate, clean energy, and the environment. And may I say, Mr. Speaker, with some local pride, that much of that work was done in my home city of Winnipeg. Our first budget invested $1 billion in clean energy and technology, $2 billion in a low-carbon fund to work with the provinces, more than $100 million in energy efficiency, and billions more in public transit and other green infrastructure, including charging stations for electric vehicles and fueling stations for alternatively fueled vehicles. Now, we have set a benchmark for pricing carbon pollution, starting at $10 per ton in 2018 and rising by $10 each year to $50 per ton by 2022. This will help Canada meet its climate change targets while providing greater certainty to Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, our government has been moved and inspired by the perspective of Indigenous peoples, a perspective that reminds us of our responsibility to those who have come before and those who will follow, of our enduring relationship to the land and the water and the air. It is also a perspective that places a great deal of emphasis on relationships. As Grand Chief Perry Bellegarde has said so well, before you build anything, build positive, respectful relationships. This, too, has been reflected in how we have developed and implemented public policy. We have reached out to tap the common sense of Canadians on how best to move us along the continuum toward a lower carbon economy. And in its continuum, Mr. Speaker, because while it is exciting to think about the clean energy, low carbon economy of the future, we're not there yet, and we won't be there for years to come. Even in light of the Paris Agreement, even as the world continues the transition to renewable sources of energy, the demand for fossil fuels will continue to rise. By 2040, a growing middle class in developing regions, such as in Asia, will be consuming more barrels of oil every day. And to meet that demand, the world will have to make trillions of dollars in investments. At the same time, the percentage of natural gas in the global energy mix is likely to increase as a natural transition fuel, cleaner than coal or oil, and more accessible than many renewables. So for a country like ours, which is rich in both of these resources, this has profound implications. We could simply say, let's shut down the oil sands and natural gas production and let others meet this global demand. Let others have the jobs and reap the benefits. This is certainly one option. Or we can say, let's use this period of increasing demand to our advantage. Let's build the infrastructure to get our energy to global markets sustainably and use the revenues to fund Canada's transition to cleaner forms of energy. In other words, let's leverage the fossil fuel resources we have today to deliver clean energy solutions for tomorrow, which is why the Prime Minister has said that the choice between pipelines and wind turbines is a false one, because we need both. Provinces such as Alberta are demonstrating that a forward-thinking, energy-producing jurisdiction can also be a leader in combating climate change. That's the way forward for Canada. That's our vision for the future, to use the coming decades to meet rising global demand for oil and gas while funding the next generation of renewable energy. That's only possible if we receive full value for our resources, and that's why our government has been clear that one of our key responsibilities is to help get our resources to market in an environmentally responsible way. The problem is that Canadians lost faith in how major resource projects were assessed. Our challenge is to restore that trust, and that's what we are working hard to achieve. We've expanded consultations to build an environmental review process that carries the confidence of Canadians. We are meaningfully engaging with Indigenous communities. We will initiate a modernization of the National Energy Board, and we established an interim strategy with principles to give proponents certainty and the process of transparency. With all of these efforts, will lead to unanimity, Mr. Speaker, on any particular project? Not only do I doubt it, I know it won't. We understand that there are strongly held views on all sides, which is why it's so important that Canadians have the opportunity to be heard. But at the end of the day, Canadians will be able to say, whether they agree with the decision or not, that the process was fair, the evidence was weighed, and their voices were heard. Mr. Speaker, today's motion is consistent with our government's long-term plan to help combat climate change, build up our clean technologies, restore Canadians' trust in how we go about evaluating major resource projects, and get our energy to global markets. It advances good-paying, clean economy jobs for Canadians and positions us at the forefront of what is both the great challenge and opportunity of our time, the transition to a lower carbon future. There is a Chinese proverb that says, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, the second best time is now. The best time to have been serious about climate change may have been years ago, but the second best time is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. And speaking of planting trees, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I did plant well over 1,700 trees, and it was more than 20 years ago. So those trees are well on their way. But, Mr. Speaker, all through the conversation today, we've been hearing comments like their voices will be heard. We're working together. I wonder how we can actually believe that when 3 of the premiers walked out of a meeting in which climate change was being discussed and this prospect of having the hammer brought down upon the provinces was outlined. How can we call that working together? How can we call that working collaboratively?
Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
2007, the Progressive Conservative government of Alberta made a decision to put a price on carbon. British Columbia has put a price on carbon. The conservative government of Manitoba says it's going to put a price on carbon. Ontario and Quebec have put a price on carbon. The government believes in putting a price on carbon. The New Democratic opposition believes in putting a price on carbon, and so does the Bloc Québécois. That only leaves the conservative opposition in this House that refuses to believe that we should put a price on carbon.
I am sure that the honourable minister appreciates the coaching that he's getting from across the hall, but it does go against the rules. So I just want to remind the members that it can't be done. The honourable minister, another few seconds. You're done? Okay. Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the minister for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure to accompany the minister to the clean energy ministerial meetings in San Francisco this spring. It was a very positive meeting. Countries from all over the world, I think 27 countries, he mentioned the Mission Innovation. One remarkable moment I remember was when George Shultz, former Secretary of State with Ronald Reagan, someone who probably wouldn't vote NDP if he lived in Canada, exhorted the world leaders there to put a $200 a ton price on carbon. But the other message that was repeated again and again there was that we have to stop subsidizing the fossil fuel industries. And I was just like to ask the minister, when is his government going to do just that, as they promised during the election campaign?
The honourable minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and also for his participation in the Clean Energy Ministerial in San Francisco. I was very happy that he attended with us and was able to experience firsthand the way in which much of the world is viewing Canada, and particularly our involvement in the North American Accord, as really leaders in the world. And to have both the critic from Portage Lisgar and my honourable friend to be with the government was important. To make a statement that in many of these international fora, it's important that Canada speak with one voice, or at least listen with many ears. So I appreciate that. The subsidy to fossil fuels is a G20 commitment, of which Canada is a part over time. The government will take that decision as it believes the economic conditions are right for that particular policy, which is shared by at least 20 nations around the world.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Natural Resources. I'm wondering if the minister was aware that way back in 2008, under the former Harper Conservative government, in their speech from the throne, they did indeed commit to implement a price on carbon. The then Conservative Minister for the Environment said, and I quote, "Carbon trading and the establishment of a market price on carbon are key parts of our Turning the Corner plan." I continue quoting, we would like to force industry to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions. We would like to set up a carbon emission trading market, and we would like to establish a market price on carbon. Of course, like much of the plans under the former government, it went nowhere. I'm wondering if the minister was aware that back in 2008, this was the position of the Conservative government.
The Honourable Minister in 45 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very impressed with my honourable friend's research. I'm glad to be reminded of that. He also could have quoted Preston Manning, who said exactly the same thing. Mr. Manning talked about how unusual it was that Conservatives would not understand that markets were the best mechanism to deal with an issue such as climate change. So there are many examples of Conservatives and Conservative thinkers who agree that carbon pricing is a sensible way, not the only way, one of many ways to tackle climate change.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. It's an honour for me to speak in favour of the ratification of the historic Paris Agreement, one that sets the stage, really, for the world to come together to meet the challenges posed by climate change and displays a level of leadership on this file not seen in far too long, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as someone who spent a good portion of my life working in the climate field, educating Canadians on the science and solutions to the climate crisis, I'm proud to count myself amongst the members of this government who are working towards meeting this multi-generational challenge. I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, because this government understands that the Paris Agreement, although historic, was simply the beginning to something much larger. Indeed, it was among the first key steps in this government's plan to meet this challenge, and many steps have been taken since then by our government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, our Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and our Minister of Natural Resources. The data is in, Mr. Speaker, and the facts speak for themselves. Here in Canada, we're already seeing the impacts of climate change and a changing climate. We're seeing thawing permafrost, coastal erosion, the arrival of new diseases, as well as more frequent extreme events like flooding, droughts, and heat waves. Homeowners in flood-prone areas have already borne serious losses, as we've seen from events in Alberta, Toronto, and elsewhere. And the 2016 Parliamentary Budget Officer report tells us that Canadian insurers have paid at least $1 billion per year in claims for losses resulting from weather events in the last 6 years alone. Seniors are also living with increased heat advisory days. Young Canadians are experiencing increased asthma diagnoses. And Canadians in general are experiencing hardships posed by a changing climate, and the examples go on and on. Changes in climate that we're seeing now are the result of past and present emissions and are already locked in. And so, Mr. Speaker, even if we were to cut our emissions to zero tomorrow, the climate would continue to change because of the lag between our actions and the lifespan of those emissions in the atmosphere. And that, Mr. Speaker, is one of the main reasons why action is urgent. So, Mr. Speaker, 6 months ago, we began, as we promised Canadians we would, by consulting with them. With the momentum of the Paris Climate Agreement talks, our government began these consultations by meeting with provinces and territories, and together we released the Vancouver Declaration, and with it launched a national conversation about how Canada should address the climate crisis. Our government understands the importance of meeting with international commitments that we made in Paris. We also know that leading our country through a transition to a stronger, more resilient, low-carbon economy will ultimately improve our quality of life here in Canada. And as such, early on in our mandate, a concrete plan for a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change began to be developed, a framework that was reflected in our first budget, I may add, and one that is outlines investments in green infrastructure, green jobs, science and technologies, and much more. Further, Mr. Speaker, it outlined direct investments in adaptation and mitigation, and this latter point is especially important, particularly for those communities most at risk in the northern regions of our country. While strong mitigation actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions can help us avoid unmanageable situations in the future, strong adaptation measures will ensure that we manage the unavoidable impacts we're currently facing and will continue to face moving forward. Adaptation and mitigation aren't either-or choices, Mr. Speaker. Both are equally important and demand action. And there's already considerable work being underway all across the country to adapt to the changing climate. In Budget 2016, our government committed $129 million to build the science base to inform decision-making, protect the health and well-being of Canadians, to build resilience in the North and in our Indigenous communities, and to ensure and to enhance the competitiveness of key economic sectors. We've also made significant commitments to renewing Canada's infrastructure and protecting Canada's communities from the impacts of climate change. Now, adaptation isn't just about newer or bigger or stronger physical infrastructure. It's also about how we as Canadians live resilient lives and live in resilient communities. It's the decisions that we make about where and how we live, how we run our businesses, and how we support our neighbours. It's also about relationships with Indigenous peoples. Indigenous communities have strongly expressed to us that climate change threatens their very physical, cultural, and social well-being, and even survival. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that climate change impacts touch every region and sector of our country, including the North. And our government is working alongside Inuit governments, the United States, Sweden and Finland to finalize a governance model focusing on the resilience of the Arctic states, Indigenous peoples and communities, and the ecosystems on which they depend. The federal government is once again, Mr. Speaker, a partner. And Mr. Speaker, we're working with all orders of government, Indigenous peoples, the private and not-profit sectors, and academia, strengthening our ability to make prudent decisions. Because our government recognizes that in mobilizing other governments, stakeholders, and Canadians to tackle this challenge, we're protecting our people, our communities, our assets, our economy, and our environment from inevitable impacts. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, our government also recognizes that adapting to climate change comes with a host of other significant benefits. Things like cleaner air, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, enhanced biodiversity, more vibrant public spaces, and a strengthened social fabric. Our government is committed to working with all Canadians to make Canada stronger, more resilient, and more prosperous. And in addition to these historic steps that we've already taken, the latest step of putting a price on carbon is crucial, Mr. Speaker, and is one that will help Canada meet its commitments outlined in the Paris Agreement. Ça va aider notre gouvernement, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this will help our government to create an economy that is greener, more innovative, that reduces emissions and protects our environment while creating good-paying jobs for the middle class and for those people who are working hard to join it. A benchmark for carbon, as announced, will enable us to respect our greenhouse gas reduction targets while offering certainty and predictability for businesses. After decades of inaction and years of missed opportunities, we are finally taking the necessary steps to protect the planet for our children and grandchildren. We are emphasizing real, concrete, sustainable measures to reduce emissions and grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, our approach to charging for pollution will ensure that all administrations across the country adopt pricing for carbon pollution by 2018. 80% of Canadians already live in jurisdictions where there is a price on carbon pollution. But other measures are necessary, and it's important to have pricing Canada-wide. Each province and territory will have an opportunity to decide how to put in place carbon pricing by imposing a direct price or by adopting a cap-and-trade system. This will give Canada an advantage in establishing an economy based on clean growth and will help Canadian companies to be more innovative and competitive. Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, that Pricing pollution will promote innovation and the creation of new job opportunities, which are very stimulating for the middle class. People in my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and Canadians across the country know that reducing greenhouse gas emissions will help to enhance competitiveness and will also help to ensure sustainable development.
Ask and even answer some of the key questions that may be posed regarding the ratification of the Paris Agreement, our plan to meet the challenges of climate change, and meet our commitments set forth in the Paris Agreement. In the process, Mr. Speaker, it may allow me to debunk some of the assertions that have been put forth by some honourable members of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. First, will this plan take the money out of provinces? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is no. No matter how hard they try to say otherwise, the money and all revenues received from the price on carbon will be given back to each province, and they will decide how these funds should be spent. Second, will this help us reach our GHG reduction goals? The answer, simply put, is yes. Pricing pollution is one of the most efficient ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to reach our objective to protect the environment and create a clean growth economy. Third, will the ratification of the agreement and our plan to meet our obligations under it create opportunities for Canadians? And the answer is yes. Through market incentives created by putting a price on carbon, our investments in green infrastructure, investments in public transportation, as well as investments in scientific technologies, new and exciting job prospects will be realized that will be well-paying jobs and will grow the economy and help the middle class and those working hard to join it. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add the following. In addition to the economic opportunities and health security benefits just presented, Mr. Speaker, this is simply what we as members of Parliament have been called here to do. Canadians have been calling for action on climate. The majority support putting a price on carbon. They understand that the implications of inaction far outweigh the implications of action.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
I believe the member was providing some most interesting concluding thoughts, and I would just ask him maybe if he could share with the House those concluding thoughts once again.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. And I may have to cut the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary off again because I'm looking at the time and we're going to have to break at 5:30 for the vote, but go ahead.
I thank my honourable colleague for it was a wonderful question. I want to thank him for providing me with an opportunity to conclude my remarks in responding to that question. Canadians understand the implications of inaction far outweigh the implications of action, Mr. Speaker, and that holds true to current and future generations of Canadians. We owe it to them to be sure, Mr. Speaker, and to all those who came before us and made the hard choices that were necessary to build a strong Canada that we can all be proud of. And for these reasons and more, Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the ratification of the Paris Agreement, and I encourage all honourable members of this House to support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nous avons le temps pour une question très...
We have time for one last short question.
De Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I would like to thank him, in fact, for his remarks. My colleague, Mr. Speaker, is undoubtedly aware that in many municipalities across the country, especially rural ones, there isn't any public transportation. And many workers will have to put gas into their cars in order to get to work and back. What does his government plan to do for those workers who will have trouble dealing with the rise in the price of gas because of this carbon tax? What does his government plan to do to help those people to be able to afford to get to work? In less than 45 seconds, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague opposite for his question. What are we doing as a government? Well, we are investing in public transit, including in Budget 2016. That will give opportunities for cities like Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver to enhance their public transit system to extend it to others who don't have access. Secondly, we have also put money in our budget to invest in science and technology that will make it possible to build electric vehicles, for example, that will allow people to purchase electric cars, and they'll be able to travel back and forth at a lower cost.
Comme il est 17h30.
It being 5:30, pursuant to order adopted, Tuesday, October 4th, 2016, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of government business number 8 now before the House. The question is as follows.
Trudeau, seconded by Mr. McCallum, moved that the House support the government's decision to ratify the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, signed by Canada in New York on April 22, 2016, and that the House support the March 3, 2016 Vancouver Declaration calling on the federal government, the provinces, and the territories to work together to develop a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. Amendement, Monsieur Fast.
The amendment, Mr. Fast, seconded by Ms. Watts, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words
No, okay. Le 22 avril.
April 22nd, 2016, and substituting the following. And that the House call upon the federal government, the provinces, and the territories to develop a responsible plan to combat climate change that does not encroach on provincial or territorial jurisdiction or impose a tax increase on Canadians.
Sub-amendment, Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, seconded by Mr. Aubin, move the following sub-amendment that the amendment be amended by replacing the words the provinces and the territories with the words to work with provincial, territorial, municipal, and Indigenous governments and the Canadian public, and B, deleting all the words after the words combat climate change and substituting the following that commits to targets that deliver on Canada's undertakings from the Paris Agreement and finalize the specific measures and investments to achieve those greenhouse gas reductions prior to ratification. The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favour of the sub-amendment will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Yes. Call in the members.
April is the coolest month, so meaning lilacs into the mid-months.
La question est la
The question is the following one.
Okay. Yeah. question is on the sub-amendment. Que tous ceux qui appuient le sous-amendement voient bien.
All those who support the sub-amendment, please rise.
Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame
Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Monsieur
McCrimmon.
Lauson Argentin, la petite nation.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argenteuil, la petite nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr.
Ms.
McKay.
Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar
Mr.
Chavan.
Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Battle.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massy Avignon la Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massy Avignon la Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Medicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey. Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascouche Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs.
Ms.
Wong.
Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr.
Mr.
Hoback.
Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr.
Mr.
Diot.
Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins
Monsieur
Lévis.
Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr.
Mr.
Soroya.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields. Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 45, 45. Nays contre 240, 240.
Je déclare
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
The next question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Shall I dispense? No dispense? Okay, no, I shall not dispense. All right, sorry. Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. McCallum, moved that the House support the government's decision to ratify the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change signed by Canada in New York on April 22, 2016. And that the House support the March 3, 2013 Vancouver Declaration calling on the federal government, the provinces and territories to work together to develop a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. Mr. Fast, seconded by Ms. Watts, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the words April 22, 2016 and substituting the following. And that the House call upon the federal government, the provinces and the territories to develop a responsible plan to combat climate change that does not encroach on provincial or territorial jurisdiction or impose a tax increase on Canadians. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr.
Mrs.
Tilson.
Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen
Mr.
Sound.
Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs.
Mr.
Stubbs.
Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr.
Mrs.
Sajan.
Philpott.
Mrs.
Mr.
Philpott.
Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaïcha.
Ms. Mahaïcha.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson
Mr.
Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur
Ms.
Paradis.
Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite
Mr.
Nation.
McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr.
Ms.
Carr.
Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr.
Ms.
Algabra.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur
Ms.
Cormier.
Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice
Ms.
Lev.
Alice Lev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Hutchins.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Mr. Brussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailofson.
Mr. Ailofson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane,
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île Dessart,
Mr. Morrissey,
Mr. Morrissey,
Madame Nassif,
Madame Nassif,
Mr. Oliver,
Mr. Oliver,
Mr. O'Regan,
Mr. O'Regan,
Mr. Ouellet,
Mr. Ouellet,
Mr. Rioux,
Mr. Rioux,
Mr. Robillard,
Mr. Robillard,
Mr. Rumi,
Mr. Rumi,
Mr. Rosnack,
Mr. Rosnack,
Mr. Saini,
Mr. Saini,
Mr. Sanson,
Mr. Sanson,
Mr. Sanga,
Mr. Sanga,
Mr. Sarai,
Mr. Sarai,
Mrs. Schultz,
Mrs. Schultz,
Monsieur Serre,
Mr. Serre,
Madame Shanahan,
Madame Shanahan,
Mr. Sheehan,
Mr. Sheehan,
Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon,
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsquin, Fraser Canyon,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South,
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South,
Sikan,
Mr. Seacon,
Mr. Sorbera,
Mr.
Mr.
Sorbera,
Tabera,
Mr. Tabera,
Mr. Tan,
Mr. Tan,
Ms. Tassi,
Ms. Tassi,
Monsieur Vandal,
Mr. Vandal,
Mrs. Zahid,
Mrs. Zahid,
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson. Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière. Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr.
Mr.
Cannings.
Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Yeas pour 78, 78. Nays contre 207, 207.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the motion defeated.
La prochaine mise au point porte sur la motion principale. La question
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows.
Trudeau, appuyé par Monsieur
Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. McCallum, moved that the House support the government's decision to ratify the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, signed by Canada in New York on April 22, 2016, and that the House support the March 3, 2016 Vancouver Declaration, calling on the federal government, the provinces, and territories to work together to develop a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change.
Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
que tous ceux qui
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
tous ceux
All those opposed will please say nay.
à mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my view, the yeas have it.
Tous ceux qui appuient la motion vont bien se lever.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Sajjan. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahicha.
Ms. Mahicha.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms.
Correction, Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le
Madame
Boutillier.
Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms.
Mr.
Bennett.
Poisson.
Mr.
Mr.
Poisson.
Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Ms. Rowe.
Ms.
Mr.
Rowe.
Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Mr.
McCrimmon.
Lausanne-Argenteuil, la Petite
Mr.
Nation.
Lausanne-Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr.
Ms.
Dallin.
Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Stangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. Algebra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chavannes.
Mrs. Cesar Chavannes.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Duguid.
Ms. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice
Mr.
Lev.
Holland.
Mr.
Monsieur
Holland.
Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr.
Mr.
Biddle.
Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas
Monsieur
Taylor.
El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelofson.
Mr. Aelofson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrison. Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Miss Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse, Madame Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des
Mr.
Sœurs.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Saini.
Mr.
Monsieur
Saini.
Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. John.
Mr. John.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Thériault.
Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Bartoli-Duval.
Monsieur Bartoli
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame
Monsieur
Gill.
Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr.
Mrs.
Bazan.
McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr. Carey.
Caribou. Mr.
Ms.
Carey.
Wright.
Ms. Wright.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kemp.
Mr.
Mr.
Kemp.
Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms. Rampal.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur
Mr.
Gould.
Holbach.
Mr. Holbach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemin Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, les Chemin Lévy.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Yeas pour 207, 207. Nays contre 81, 81.
Declare the motion adopted.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-246 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Erskine Smith, seconded by Mr. Ailton, moved that Bill C-246, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Fisheries Act, the Textile Labeling Act, the Wild Animal and Plant Protection and Regulation of International and Interprovincial Trade Act, and the Canada Consumer Product Safety Act, Animal Protection, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Fifth row at my right.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Dabruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Third row at my right.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifki.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Mekki.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
First row at my right.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Back row. Fifth row.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Madame
Souci.
Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame
First
Moore.
row at my left.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Back to Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Long. Correction, Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Bazio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas
Monsieur
Taylor.
Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey. Harvey, pardon me.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. George.
George.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Monsieur
McCrimmon.
Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite
Miss
Nation.
Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsett.
Ms. Monsett.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
First row at my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Paltrow.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson
Mr.
Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs.
Mr.
Zahid.
Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse, Edith Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Chemins Lévis.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr.
Mrs.
Shields.
Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame
Mr.
Shanahan.
Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr.
Mrs.
Bazan.
McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Yeas pour 84, 84. Nays contre 198, 198.
I declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M24 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Anas Asangari. The question is as follows. Mr. Ananasangari, seconded by Soroya, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Tamil Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Tamil language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Tamil heritage for future generations by declaring January every year Tamil Heritage Month. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Kaline.
Kaline.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massy Avignon la Métis Matane
Mr.
Matapédia.
Massy Avignon la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanda.
Mr. Sanga.
Sanga. Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Battle.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr.
Ms.
Chen.
Dabroussin.
Ms. Dabroussin.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Horowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Eyolfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan, sorry.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alicev.
Ms. Alicev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row on my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Monsieur
McCrimmon.
Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr.
Ms.
Cosner.
Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr.
Ms.
Dhaliwal.
Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengler.
Première rangée à ma
First row on my right.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaïcha.
Ms. Mahaïcha.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr.
Ms.
Bryson.
Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur
Ms.
Paradis.
Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse et Deschamps-Lévy.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse et Deschamps-Lévy.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs.
Mr.
Stubbs.
Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Madame
Duval.
Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr.
Mr.
Falk.
Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Iginski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr.
Mr.
Cooper.
Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Sidhu, Mission, Masqueak, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsquet, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacam.
Mr. Seacam.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur
Madame
Dussault.
Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr.
Mr.
Warwick.
Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row on my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms.
Mr.
Finley.
Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms.
Ms.
Raitt.
Bergen.
Ms.
Monsieur
Bergen.
Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan and Mr. Salcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row. Fourth row on my right. Third row on my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 283, 283, nays contre aucun, nil.
guess we'll declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-227 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Husson, seconded by Mr. Anandasangari, moved that Bill C-227, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbaum.
Mr. Lightbaum.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-le-Métis, Matane-Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Darboussen.
Mr. Brussen.
Ms. Damar.
Ms. Damar.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Jarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Ms. Petit-Pas
Monsieur
Taylor.
El-Khoury.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
My right.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alicev.
Ms. Alicev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnitsky.
Mr. Jesnetsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms.
Ms.
Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr.
Ms.
Carr.
Monsef.
Ms.
Mr.
Monsef.
Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
At my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Jaeger.
Ms. Jaeger.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
And back to Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Back to Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Okay. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mrs. Zahi.
Mrs. Zahi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Fourth row, my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr.
Mr.
Stetsky.
Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Sidhu, Mission Masquee, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quach.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame
Monsieur
Sanssouci.
Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr.
Madame
Garrison.
Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr.
Mr.
Donnelly.
Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Mr. Marcil.
Mr. Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Barsalou-Duval.
Mr. Barsalou.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Mr. Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr.
Mr.
Falk.
McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennings.
Mr. Jennings.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Puddis.
Mr. Puddis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr.
Mr.
Ritz.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr.
Mrs.
Bazan.
McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms.
Ms.
Raitt.
Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan. Nays 295, 195. Nays 89, 89.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-231 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Brosseau, seconded by Ms. Benson, moved that Bill C-231, an act to establish National Food Waste Awareness Day and to provide for the development of a national strategy to reduce food waste in Canada, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Brosseau.
5e rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row.
If you support the motion, fifth row.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Chemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Fourth row at my left.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Third row at my left.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quache.
Madame Quache.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Madame Boutin-Souis.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur
Mr.
Mulcair.
Julian.
Mr.
Ms.
Julian.
Duncan and Mr. Sarcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row.
Monsieur, okay. Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Third row.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite. Première rangée.
Second row. First row at my right.
Tout ça à ma gauche.
Those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr.
Ms.
Tan.
Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mrs. Zahi.
Mrs. Zahi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr.
Mr.
Soroya.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
And back to Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Sidhu Mission Mascou Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Ms.
South.
Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacon.
Mr. Seacon.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dassel, Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr.
Van
Shipley.
Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Say.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Rangée à ma gauche.
First row on my left.
Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Carey.
Caribou. Mr.
Ms. Ray.
Carey.
Ms.
Ray.
Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Que tout ça à ma
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr.
Ms.
Longfield.
Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Mataplédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, la Métis, Matane, Mataplédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Menechino.
Mr. Menechino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr.
Monsieur
Bettina.
Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms.
Ms.
Dabrousse.
Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur
Ms.
Drouin.
Derowitz.
Ms.
Mr.
Derowitz.
Sassy.
Mr.
Ms.
Sassy.
Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
And back to Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Rota.
Mr.
Madame
Rota.
Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Chan.
Mr.
Ms.
Chan.
Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algebra.
Mr. Algebra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. Cesar Cheval.
Mrs. Cesar
Mr.
Cheval.
Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Young.
Ms.
Monsieur
Young.
Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr.
Mr.
Beach.
Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Blair.
Mr.
Ms.
Blair.
Aleslev.
Ms. Aleslev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs.
Monsieur
McCrimmon.
Lauzon. Argenteuil la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr.
Ms.
Cosner.
Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan et Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row on my right.
Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Jager.
Ms.
Monsieur
Jager.
Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame
Mr.
Bibeau.
McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Yeas pour 59, 59, nays contre 220, 220.
La motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that because of the delay, there will be no private members' business hour today. Accordingly, the order will be rescheduled for another sitting.
Order. 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 Remind honourable members that the use of smartphones for photography in the House is refrained upon. Frowned upon, I should say. They should refrain from doing that. We're going to move now to, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn. The House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to continue the debate on diafiltered milk by remarking that this dairy industry in Canada is very important and very important in my riding. The sector represents $3.6 billion in revenue for three levels of government and represents 215,000 full-time jobs. Our dairy farms play an important role in stimulating the economy of rural regions economically and socially as well. I remind you that the agro food business represents 1 out of 8 jobs in the country. There are 1,800 farms that represent indirect and direct jobs, and this contributes to Canada's GDP significantly. Because of the problem with the diafiltered milk that's coming across the border, the average farm has lost about $16,000 over the last year alone. The concerns of our farmers are made even worse because the Liberal government has made only very vague statements on what they intend to do and what they have yet to even begin to do since the election on diafiltered milk, and the concessions made in terms of free trade with the European Union and the TPP. These new international agreements will probably result in other problems with dairy products arriving on the market here without any duties being paid, as is the case coming from the United States already. This is very harmful to our dairy producers. It's been 2.5 years since the issue of diafiltered milk coming across the borders has been raised by farmers. During the last election campaign, the Liberals promised they would act, and they said they would find a solution in the first 6 months of their mandate. And yet, here we are, almost a year to the date from the election, and there's been no progress made on this issue. The cheese standards have not been complied with, and diafiltered milk that comes across the border is considered as a protein concentrate by Canada Border Services Agency and therefore is not subject to the same customs duties. And that's why it's hurting our producers so badly. It's considered as milk once it lands with the Canada Food Inspection Agency. The same product, same government, but 2 separate entities under 2 different departments. And so right away you can see we have a problem. According to a study done by AgroPure, between 400 to 600 farms could disappear soon, and 40% of the processing industry could move to other countries if supply management were to be sacrificed on the altar of free trade. So my questions are the following. Will the Minister of Agriculture, before the Senate committee, the minister said that the strategy of ingredients does, in her opinion, not really concern diafiltered milk. So can the minister give us more clarification on his strategy? And particularly, can the minister give us a deadline as to when the potential strategy will be implemented? Because producers have been waiting for a response from the government for a year. There have been many consultations, many meetings. There have been several questions that have been asked, but we're still waiting. The second question I have is that information seems to indicate that the European Union has several plans, especially in light of the meeting on the 27th of October with the European Union. Once the deals are signed with the European Union, we should ratify its agreement before its implementation. And in this context, it's more than time for the government to announce its compensation program for producers, at least in terms of CETA. Can the Minister clarify his intentions in that regard? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for allowing me to answer the question that was raised on the issue of the very serious issue of dye-filtered milk. At the outset, let me say that as a dairy producer, I'm proud that Canada can count on a dairy sector that is as strong and dynamic as it is. We have always said this, and we'll repeat again, Mr. Speaker, that supply management is an important pillar for our agriculture. And on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what others have said who wish to abolish it, we support supply management. We support our dairy producers and their families and the entire industry. As promised, we have gone out and met with producers across the country, and we understand perfectly well what their concerns are, as they shared with us. Furthermore, my son, who took over the family farm, never misses an opportunity to remind me of the challenges that dairy producers are facing. Over the last few months, we demonstrated that we have been listening to the dairy industry, and we've done all that we can to find a solution that will be sustainable over the long term. During our consultations, we met with representatives of the industry, with producers, with the processing businesses and agricultural associations, both regionally and nationally across the country. Furthermore, I want to thank all of the participants who met with us, because this process was carried out in a spirit of cooperation, which allowed us to maximize the results and to have productive and constructive discussions. We listened to many people. We are continuing to listen to the maximum number of stakeholders, and the comments that we have gathered will indeed help us to implement a strategy to modernize the dairy industry, and this will be good for the entire sector. Everything that we want, Mr. Speaker, is to better the position of all dairy producers in Canada and to ensure that this industry, to which I have dedicated my life, will be able to continue to grow and prosper in a global economy that is in constant evolution. I can assure you that no effort has been spared to meet the challenges that are unique to this sector, to ensure that producers will be able to seize all opportunities and have the best results possible. Canadian producers and their families, as well as the entire dairy industry, can count on the government to act in their best interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we are getting lost in the details here. In a few minutes' time, the Liberals have not been able to give me any details about the solution, what the deadlines are that they are going to set in order to implement this solution to ensure that the dairy sector and dairy industry remain strong in Canada, while the Liberals are dithering. Producers need to stop losing money. We still have no idea what the compensation might be. The Parliamentary Secretary didn't even touch on compensation for supply management under the international trade agreements that are currently being negotiated with the European Union and the TPP. They are completely ignoring the subject. So I ask him my two questions again. What is the deadline? What is the solution that's going to be implemented? And what are the compensations promised by the government? When will this be provided to producers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to highlight that and with a view to the ratification of CETA between Canada and Europe, we intend to establish a plan to help the dairy industry so that producers will be able to adjust to the commitments linked to the agreement. This government understands the importance of offering support in terms of transition to producers under supply management, and we have taken into account the ideas presented to us by the entire industry. Mr. Speaker, our government is certain that the dairy sector can remain competitive and be able to face new trade issues. Producers are resourceful and hardworking, and they will help the sector find the means to do so. We will continue to collaborate with the sector so that they will be able to surmount the current difficulties and benefit from the opportunities that are offered to them. I'm convinced that our efforts in terms of cooperation and collaboration and investments in terms of innovation will put the dairy industry in Canada into a position of strength so that they will be able to reach their full potential as economic stakeholders in the forefront of this industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to continue a debate with regards to the important issue of telecommunications in Canada. In particular, Mr. Speaker, raise concerns about concentration, competition, jobs, and consumers, as we have basically 90% of our telecommunications industry dominated by three major players. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I did raise as a concern was the Manitoba Telecom Services being basically bought up by Bell BCE, which is approximately a $4 billion venture in that. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we're worried about is analysis of the situation and how it could affect reducing competition. Included in that is the services and pricing for consumers. We've seen in the past that competition has decreased prices. We're worried about this situation allowing for an increase of prices. And right now, nearly 70% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have a smartphone. In fact, we've been moving more and more to smartphones and this type of a technology that is wireless from landlines. And that's a significant shift culturally for this country. And it's very important, Mr. Speaker, when you think about what is used on a mobile device, the top number of things that are activities are texting is done by 93% of users, taking photos and videos, 91% of users, browsing the internet, 82% of users, calendar functionality, 77% of users, and 5 applications of 77% of users. And so what we need is competition, reliable service, and there's issues, Mr. Speaker, that do affect ourselves very significantly and our day-to-day operations with our families. So I simply ask the Minister about this issue as we're looking at this takeover. How is it going to improve Canadian competition, not only just in Manitoba, but the rest of Canada, given that this device, the smartphone or mobile device, is so essential to our daily activity?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to respond to comments made by the member for Windsor West. I work very closely with him on the Industry Committee. Mr. Speaker, the government has a keen interest in the telecommunications sector. We see it as an essential platform for innovation and a leading factor for growth of our digital economy. Many sectors have contributed to regulations in the wireless telecommunications sector. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development is responsible for the Telecommunications Act, which sets the overall direction for telecommunications policy and for the Radio Communication Act, which sets policies related to the allocation, transfer, and use of spectrum frequencies, the airwaves used by wireless providers. When it comes to the wireless spectrum, the government will continue to work to make additional spectrum available to wireless providers in order to enable competition, choice, and availability of services, and a strong investment climate for telecommunications services. Spectrum transactions that require regulatory approval, such as spectrum license transfers, will be considered accordingly. And any license transfer requests will be treated on a case-by-case basis. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that any decisions relating to spectrum will be made in the context of the mandate objectives that I have just outlined. Additionally, the CRTC is responsible for regulating and supervising Canada's communications system, both broadcasting and telecommunications in the public interest. The CRTC has taken a number of actions to support wireless consumers, such as creating a national mandatory code of conduct for wireless service providers and regulating wholesale roaming rates. That is, the rates that large incumbent carriers charge smaller providers when customers roam on their networks. Finally, the Competition Bureau ensures that Canadian businesses and consumers prosper in a competitive and innovative marketplace. The Bureau administers the provisions of the Competition Act, including reviewing mergers to determine whether they are likely to result in substantial lessening or prevention of competition, along with investing allegations of price fixing, false or misleading representations, abuse of dominance, and other anti-competitive activities. The Bureau is currently reviewing the proposed acquisition of Manitoba Telecom Services by BCE in order to determine whether the transaction is likely to substantially lessen or prevent competition. As part of the Bureau's usual approach in examining a merger, it consults with a wide range of industry participants to obtain their views regarding the competitive implications of a proposed transaction. Mr. Speaker, I would like to close by reiterating that the government will work to support competition, choice, and availability of telecommunication services for Canadians. We are also committed to fostering a strong investment climate for this essential sector of our economy. Thank you very much.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the question that has to be raised for Canadians at this point in time is whether a smartphone or mobile device is really an essential service to themselves and their families right now. And with that is how can they afford it in their daily lives? How can they count on the reliability of the product and the service? And Mr. Speaker, our phones today are mobile devices. There are moments where we get calls about emergencies. There are moments where we will call out for during emergency situations. Many Canadians do banking online. Many Canadians use the device to communicate and learn and actually do educational and other projects from school. These are many, many ways that the phone has been integrated in overall life. And the question to Canadians and to ask themselves right now is whether or not we need stronger government policies to ensure that this essential service really is such that it's going to require a greater hand on the lever to make sure consumers are protected and well serviced at a fair and appropriate price. And privacy is protected, Mr. Speaker. With all these device elements caught up in one entire situation, it's about time consumers came first in terms of price and also in terms of rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Honourable member from Windsor raises very good questions as to whether or not intelligent phones smartphones should be considered essential services. I know we're also taking a look at the question as to whether or not broadband should be considered an essential service, as it's a big issue for many people in rural communities. On the latter question, we know that the CRTC is examining that right now. We're waiting for a decision from the CRTC. I will not attempt to prejudge it as they're going through their hearings on that. To the former question, though, this is something that we have to discuss, and to what level are we able to discuss it? But I think, Mr. Speaker, there are important public policy questions which come into play as to whether or not, if we do consider it an essential service, then will we still get the same kind of competitive pricing that the honourable member is taking? If we just take a look back as to what had happened when we considered basic telephone service an essential service, there were minimum fees which were attached and applied to all personal accounts across the country. So that might mitigate against the honourable ends that my honourable colleague is trying to achieve. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I follow up on a question that I asked a little while ago, I think you're going to understand why I think it's really important that we get clarity and see leadership from this government. So this was a question that I asked on May 16th to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, and I asked her if she could clarify, as part of the government's implementation of UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, would they have veto over job-creating projects? As you might be aware, Mr. Speaker, what we have gone from is, what we have a current duty to consult and accommodate, and the language in the UN Declaration is informed, free, prior, and informed consent. So, as you might imagine, that is significantly different language, and it's very new to the Canadian landscape. The Globe and Mail once said, and I quote, at stake is what power First Nations and other Aboriginal communities will exercise over decisions, whether it be mines, pipelines, hydroelectric dams, transmission lines, to get them approved and built. But I think we can also add a number of things to that are also included: tourism, construction of roads, sewage systems, schools, airport expansions, hospitals, and much more. So we've tried to ask the government to clarify on numerous occasions what the difference is. And this has been in committee, it's been in the chamber, and indeed the media has also been asking that question. Our committee asked the Minister of Indigenous Affairs on March 10th. We got no clear answer. We asked the Minister of Natural Resources on April 21st, and we got no clear answer. And the committee didn't get a clear answer from the Minister of Environment either on May 12th. And it's recently, Sunday, the Natural Resource Minister refused to answer Evan Solomon's yes or no question regarding the wording veto. You know, the Prime Minister, he actually took a clear stance when he was trying to win an election, and it was during an APTN virtual town hall. He was asked if no would mean no under your government, and he responded absolutely. By February, the APTN reported he was backing away from his pledge. In May, the Justice Minister said they would adopt UNDRIP without qualification, but recently she said this is simplistic, unworkable, and can't be done word for word. The Prime Minister and his government have created confusion. They've left communities in the dark, and they've left industries in the dark. And to be quite frank, Mr. Speaker, this is not fair to anyone. So this week I actually spent some time at the Pipeline Gridlock Conference in Calgary, and again, the Canadian Aboriginal business leaders were looking, they're looking to improve dialogue on pipelines and looking for ways to support approval. And again, there was just really mass confusion. So I'm hoping tonight that I am going to have a response that is going to very, very clearly articulate the difference between consult and accommodate and free, prior, and informed consent, and if indeed this means veto, yes or no.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased this evening to rise to respond to the question from the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, here on traditional Algonquin territory. Mr. Speaker, as stated in the mandate letter to each and every minister of this government, no relationship is more important to the Prime Minister or to Canada than the one with First Nations, the Métis Nation, and Inuit peoples. It is time for a renewed nation-to-nation, government-to-government, and Inuit-to-Crown relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. And Mr. Speaker, the member points to a very significant step that was taken this year, an important commitment kept by this government. The Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs announced Canada's full support, without qualification, of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. She confirmed that government will adopt and implement it according with the Canadian Constitution. And the government will implement it in full partnership with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. As National Chief Bellegarde has made clear, this is about, quote, collaboration and working together, end quote. And with respect to the member's question about veto, the National Chief was also clear, and I quote, veto is not utilized in free, prior, and informed consent in the UN Declaration, end quote. I'll point out also that the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers and the Mining Association have also welcomed the adoption of the United Nations Declaration. Pierre Gratton, the president and CEO of the Mining Association of Canada, said this about Canada's adoption of the Declaration, and I quote, "We've been historically seen as a leader, but then we had this funny situation at the UN where we were a dissenter on something that was so important to Indigenous peoples worldwide," end quote. And we agree. And contrary to what is implied by the member's question, the full support of the United Nations Declaration will lead to less confusion. The government's new approach and commitment to a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples will mean greater opportunity for investment, clarity for all concerned with regard to development projects, strong protection for the environment, and recognition of the rights of Indigenous peoples. And these are the kind of benefits a new relationship can deliver. And to quote the Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, implementing the UN Declaration should not be scary. Recognition of elements of the United Nations Declaration began 250 years ago with the Royal Proclamation, which was about sharing the land fairly. The UN Declaration reflects the spirit and intent of our treaties. With our commitment to full adoption and implementation of the UN Declaration, we are continuing the vital work of reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think the confusion continues. You have the Minister of Indigenous Affairs proudly going to the UN and proclaiming that they're going to implement the UN Declaration without reservation. You have the Justice Minister who then says, sorry, it's a little bit unworkable and a little bit simplistic, so it's not really going to work. Perhaps National Chief Bellegarde won't use the word veto, but you can imagine when you go into communities across this country, they have significant expectations around what this will mean. And to be quite frank, they're not getting important messages from this government in terms of how we're going to move forward and what the difference is going to be between consultation and accommodation, free prior informed consent, and industry doesn't know either. So I think this government has a tremendous amount of work to do, and I ask for them, again, please try and clarify right now what this difference is going to mean to communities across this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, it does not see any agreements or working relationships with Indigenous peoples as impediments to resource development in Canada. These elements are complementary and are part of a properly functioning, balanced and fair progressive society. This is about government, Indigenous communities and industry striving toward consensus, and the government is proud to move forward with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We are deeply committed to working in full partnership with First Nations, Inuit and the Métis Nation, as well as with provinces and territories, on how to fully best implement the United Nations Declaration within the framework of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this is another step forward in renewing the relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples in Canada, one based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation and partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.